Chapter 2192. A few days later, Xia Ping had completely consolidated his sempiternal realm cultivation and integrated his skyrocketing power. He had finally ended his closed-door cultivation and had benefited a lot from it. He knew that the sempiternal realm was divided into 3 minor realms: primary, middle, and advanced. Right now, his cultivation should be at the primary level of the sempiternal realm. However, these 3 minor realms were only the difference in magic power and soul power. The difference between them was not very big. Anyone could advance to the advanced level of the sempiternal realm as long as they had enough time to cultivate. However, in terms of combat power, he could defeat anyone in the sempiternal realm and even fight with the sages of the ancient times. At this time, Xia Ping had also returned to the illusion realm's treasury from the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers and exchanged places with Corinne. Nothing major had happened in the past 10 days. It had been peaceful. In fact, no forces had come to attack the illusion realm. It was as if nothing had happened. However, he also knew that this must be the calm before the storm, and such peace could not last for too long. "Corinne, is there any news from the human race recently?" Xia Ping asked. He knew that if the human race wanted to attack the illusion race, it would be impossible for them to keep quiet. If there were any clues, they should be able to detect it. There is no particularly big news. Speaking of which, there is really one. Recently, it seems that the patriarch of the human race plans to hold a Sage Dao discussion conference and invited the sages of all races to participate. This matter has caused a lot of commotion and has spread to many races in the universe. Many sages plan to participate. Corinne remembered this matter. Dao discussion conference? Yes, it is a very smart move. This is a covert strategy. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. If the human race acted secretly, the illusion race, who had extremely good intelligence, would definitely find out something fishy. However, if they acted with great fanfare, this was an overt plot, and the illusion race would not be vigilant. Because a Sage Dao discussion conference like this was rare, but it was not non-existent. The sages of the illusion race would not think that there was anything wrong with this matter. After all, they would never have thought that the human race would use this Dao discussion conference as an excuse to secretly mobilize their forces to attack the illusion realm. If this matter wasn't orchestrated by him, he probably wouldn't have thought so much about it. He would have thought that it was just an ordinary Dao discussion and wouldn't have thought of other aspects. It was likely that the sages of the various races who were attracted here would not have thought of this. Clearly, the higher-ups of the human race were deceiving even their own people. Only the core higher-ups would know about this plan. When will the Dao discussion conference be held? Xia Ping asked. It will be held in 3 days. Corinne replied. 3 days later? Looks like I'll be able to leave this place very soon. This time, I must seize the opportunity to make a killing. Xia Ping was certain that the Dao discussion would be held in 3 days, so the human race's attack might be 3 days later. Even if it was a little later, it wouldn't be too long. At the thought of this, he immediately cultivated with peace of mind and waited for the human race to attack the illusion realm. At this time, outside the courtyard where Xia Ping lived, a few sneaky figures appeared. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at the tightly shut door, unwilling to give up. Damn it, what's going on with this Barty? He's been cultivating in the courtyard for more than 10 days, but he hasn't come out even once. Does he like to cultivate so much? Doesn't he need to rest? Doesn't he know what it means to strike a balance between work and rest? One of the figures was very unwilling, gnashing his teeth. Yeah, I originally wanted to find an opportunity to deal with this Barty and kill him, but I didn't expect that bastard to not give us any chance at all. If this continues, we won't be able to complete our mission at all. When the time comes, we'll incur Saint Minerva's wrath and all of us will be executed. Another voice also sounded. Clearly, he was from the Leinster family. No, we can't continue like this. If he stays in the outer hall of the treasury, we won't be able to find an opportunity to attack him. There's a powerful restrictive formation here. Any movement will be discovered by the guards here. When the time comes, we'll die without a burial place. Yeah, we can't carry out assassinations here. When the time comes, not only will we not be able to kill Barty, but our identities will also be exposed and will be executed by the guards here. But this won't do, and that won't do. Are we just going to watch this bastard roam free in this treasury? The few figures discussed and gritted their teeth, but they couldn't find any way to deal with Xia Ping. No, perhaps there's a way, but we'll have to pay a huge price. Someone suddenly said, "Wait, let's hear it. No matter what the price is, it doesn't matter." The others said in a low voice, "I heard that the deputy of the treasury's outer hall, Fane, is a very greedy immortal saint. If we pay the price, perhaps we can ask him to kill that Barty." That person said, "What?" The few of them were shocked. They finally knew what the huge price was. If they asked an immortal saint to take action, they wouldn't be able to move the immortal saint if they didn't take out enough treasures. Although the price is high, I think it's all worth it. If Deputy Temple Master Finn had taken action, he could have killed Barty within the scope of the rules. Moreover, he could have gotten all of us out of this mess. That person glanced at the others. The few of them glanced at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. "You're right. If we ask Deputy Fane to take action, killing Barty will be as easy as flipping a hand. Although the price of asking an immortal saint to take action is huge, if we go against the ancestors' orders, then the price will be even bigger. All of us will die. There's no other way. It's all that bitch Barty's fault. He caused so much trouble for us and brought shame to the Lannister family. This guy must die. Otherwise, where will our family's dignity go? So be it. Fortunately, we destroyed a few human kingdoms and obtained a lot of treasures. We can give them to Fane as a gift. I believe with so many treasures in hand, Fane won't refuse." The few Lannister family members discussed. Their hearts ached. They felt that giving away so many treasures was like someone was cutting off their flesh. The pain was unbearable. However, in order to kill Barty, they had no other choice. Thinking of this, they hated Barty even more. They wanted nothing more than to cut him into pieces. Chapter 2193. 3 days later. Xia Ping was still cultivating peacefully in his courtyard, but the day was still peaceful. The Sage Discourse Conference organized by the human race had already begun, and it was in full swing. It was said that sages from various races from all over the universe had come. They also cherished this opportunity and wanted to exchange experiences with the invincible sages of the human race. This would be of great benefit to them. However, it seemed that the human race sages had no intention of doing anything. It was as if this was a normal Sage Discourse Conference. However, he also knew that this Sage Discourse Conference would be held for at least 10 days. Within these 10 days, the human race sages could attack at any time. As for when they would attack, probably only the higher-ups of the human race would know. Apart from them, no one else knew. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Anyway, he was very patient and did not care when the human race sages would attack. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside the courtyard. It was very urgent, like a storm. "Who is it?" Xia Ping opened his eyes and spread out his divine sense. He immediately sensed that dozens of people had appeared outside his door. All of them were guards of the treasury's outer hall, and they surrounded him fiercely. One of them was the immortal sage. He knew this person as well. It was the deputy leader of the treasury's outer hall, Fane. He had a high position and could be considered the person in charge of this place. Usually, he would be cultivating in seclusion and would not appear where the guards were. Now that he had appeared with a group of guards, this was no small matter. "Barty, come out immediately. Lord Fane is here, and you're still hiding in the courtyard. What a scandal! Do you know what respect is?" A guard outside shouted fiercely. With a smack, Xia Ping walked out from inside and opened the door. Seeing this group of people, his expression was very calm. "So it's Deputy Leader Fane. I wonder why you're here?" He saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe appear in front of him. He was 2 meters tall and emitted a frightening aura. This was clearly Deputy Leader Fane. He could even feel a faint trace of malice from Fane. He had clearly come with ill intentions. "Deputy Leader?" Hearing this, Fane was very displeased. What he hated the most was people calling him Deputy Palace Master. Which ordinary person did not respectfully address him as Palace Master? Yet, this brat did not know any manners at all. It was extremely irritating. However, he was an undying saint. He was extremely shrewd and wouldn't easily reveal his emotions. "Why are you still asking?" one of the guards said angrily. "You new guards haven't even been here for 20 days and we've already lost an important treasure in the outer hall of treasures. We suspect that it might be you new guards who stole this treasure. Now, we have been ordered to investigate the rooms of all your new guards to see which thief has the stolen treasures. If we find them, we will not let them off lightly." He told them where he had come from. An important treasure had been stolen from the outer palace's treasury, and now the entire outer palace was searching for it. The situation was extremely serious. "It can't be me. Ever since I came to the outer palace, I've been staying in my room, cultivating in seclusion. I've never left." "You've got the wrong person," Xia Ping said lightly. "If you say you're not, then you're not. Which thief doesn't say the same? Also, you said you've been staying in your room. Who can prove this?" The guard sneered. "Cut the crap. Get out of the way and let us search your room. If we can't find anything, we'll naturally prove your innocence." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without waiting for Xia Ping to reply, dozens of guards rushed in. They didn't care whether Xia Ping agreed or not. Like bandits, they quickly barged into the courtyard. Rumble, this group of guards rummaged through the chests and cabinets like wolves and tigers. They were extremely violent, not caring if the things here were destroyed or not. They practically searched every corner of the courtyard. All of a sudden, a guard captain shouted, "Found it! The lost treasure, the water moon pearl, is here." Sure enough, this Bardi is the real thief. He entered the outer hall and stole the water moon pearl. It was unknown when he had taken out a fist-sized bead. The bead emitted a silvery white light, containing the dense power of moonlight and pure yin energy. Anyone could see that this pearl was not a simple treasure. It could be considered one of the rare treasures. If this water moon pearl was auctioned outside, it would be worth at least 300 million universe credits. "Bardi, you've got guts. How dare you steal from the outer palace's treasury and steal the water moon pearl? Now that we have a witness and material evidence, what else do you have to say? Confess immediately. When did you do this?" "I've already said this Bardi's hands and feet were not clean. One look and I knew he was a thief. Now that I see it, it seems so. You really can't change your ways. I've heard before that Bardi is a dishonest person, often committing petty thievery and playing tricks. I didn't think that he would even dare to touch the treasures in the outer palace's treasury. How audacious of him to even dare to steal. What else is there to say? Immediately capture this thief, torture him, and throw him into the illusion's prison for 10,000 years. One by one, the guards shouted angrily. Their murderous intent was boiling. They seemed to be waiting for someone to give the order to tear Xia Ping apart. They spread out in every corner, not allowing Xia Ping to escape. "I didn't steal it. This is a trap." Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "I saw this thing clearly. This kid took it out from his body and purposely placed it in my room." He pointed at the guard captain. "Bullshit. You mean I've wronged you and purposely framed you? Who do you think you are to be framed by me? It just so happens that Master Fin is also here. No one can play any tricks in front of Master Fin. If I really framed you and took out the stolen goods, this kind of thing definitely can't be hidden from Master Fin. We can ask Master Fin to do justice and see who is lying." The guard captain grinned hideously. The other guards could not help but nod. No mortal could do anything in front of an immortal saint. If Sir Fin was the one to do justice, he would definitely be able to prove everyone's innocence. "Sir Fin, please do me justice." The guard captain turned around and said respectfully to Fane. "Yes, I saw the whole thing. This stolen item, the water moon bead, was indeed found in this place. It has nothing to do with anyone else, which means this Bardi is the real thief." Hearing this, Fin nodded arrogantly, indicating that Xia Ping was the one who did it. There was no framing at all. It was all Xia Ping's lies. Chapter 2194. Did you hear that, Barty? What else do you have to say? What else do you have to say? After hearing these words, the guard captain was extremely excited. He pointed at Xia Ping and said, "Even Lord Fane can testify for me. Both the witness and the material evidence are here. Do you still want to resist? Surrender immediately, or you will be charged even more." With the immortal Saint Fin backing him, he was full of confidence. "If that's the case, then you're obviously trying to frame me? Deputy Palace Master Fine, I don't know how much you've received from them, but as a Deputy Palace Master, you should know what justice is. If the news of you framing Zhongliang is leaked out, Deputy Palace Master Fine, you won't be able to get away with it." Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Lord Fin like this? Too daring. What kind of attitude is that? Do you have any respect for the immortal saint? You dare say that Lord Fin received money to deal with you? This is the biggest joke in the world. Who do you think you are to deserve Lord Fin to deal with you?" A group of lackeys cursed. Loyal to their master, they directly came forward to bite. "Whether you received money or not, you know best. If I'm not wrong, the person behind you should be from the Rinster family. Other than these dogs, no one would do such a despicable thing." Xia Ping said indifferently. "What?" Hearing this, the guards were half dead from anger. Their faces turned red. They were members of the Rinster family, and now they were being insulted by this kid. How could they endure it? "Barty, you have guts. A returning truth ant dares to speak to me in such a loud voice." At this time, the immortal Saint Fin sneered, "However, you have violated the laws of the treasury. You are suspected of stealing the water moon pearl. This is a serious crime and cannot be forgiven. No matter how you argue, maliciously frame, or distort the truth, you cannot escape punishment. I won't waste any more words with you. You only have two choices now. The first is to surrender and I'll cripple your cultivation. Then, I'll throw you into the black prison and lock you up for 10,000 years to pay for your sins. The second option is for you to resist stubbornly, and I will accidentally kill you. I heard that you are a member of the Lawrence family. I don't know if Sophia will avenge you after you die. You can try." His attitude was condescending, and it was obvious that he wanted to use his identity as an immortal saint to kill Xia Ping. This was because in the outer palace of the treasury, apart from Jonas, he was the highest authority. His words were the law, and his will was the rule. No one could defy him. "What should we do?" At this time, Corinne transmitted his voice. He could feel the strong willpower of the immortal sage. Although he didn't know what benefits the Lannister family had given him, Fine clearly wanted to kill Xia Ping. No matter which path it was death. "It doesn't matter. At most, I'll give up my identity as Barty and kill this Fine with a single punch. When I was still in the lightning tribulation realm, no one dared to threaten me. Now that I've advanced to the immortal realm, why would I be afraid of this trash? What a joke." Xia Ping's expression turned cold. He could clearly sense Fine's strength. Compared to the many immortal sages he had encountered before, he was just an ordinary trash. Back when he was still in the lightning tribulation realm, he could already kill this trash with a single strike. Now that he had advanced to the immortal realm, his strength was more than 1,000 times stronger. His only worry was that after killing Fine, he might alarm the outer palace Lord Jonas and the many old monsters in the inner palace, provoking them to attack him. However, he wasn't worried about this. At most, he could use the faceless mask to escape quickly and return to the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River to hide temporarily. He would only reappear when the human race attacked the illusion race. He didn't have to worry about anything. This kid is still smiling? Could it be that he has some trump card? But no matter what trump card he has in my hands, only death awaits him. Fine was extremely arrogant. He looked down on such mortals. After advancing to the immortal sage level, they had an unlimited lifespan. Immortal bodies weren't something that mortals with short lives could compare to. Rumble, at this moment, the entire world shook violently. A terrifying tremor spread throughout the entire illusion realm, covering every corner of the illusion realm. Even the outer palace of the treasure vault shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the walls, as if the entire outer palace of the treasure vault was being torn apart. In the depths of the void, waves of terrifying aura spread over, suppressing the void. It was as if gods had descended into this world. The suffocating pressure made one unable to stand still. What's going on? Why is there such a tremor in the illusion realm? Fane was startled. He spread out his divine sense and immediately sensed that the outside of the illusory boundary seemed to be surrounded by a terrifying invisible force, sealing off all directions. The surroundings were filled with densely packed void restrictions. Vaguely, countless auras of sages appeared outside the illusion realm. Ding, 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 ding. At this moment, the entire illusion realm reverberated with the sound of a bell. The void shook, and the sound reached the ears of every member of the illusion race. Oh no, this is the alarm. It's our illusion race's bell of extermination. This bell only rings when the illusion race is on the brink of death. Since the birth of the illusion race, it has only happened 3 times. This is the 4th time. It's over. We're completely done for. The enemy has discovered the illusion realm's location. Many sages have surrounded and attacked. The guards of the illusory clan were panic-stricken. Their bodies shivered uncontrollably. Hearing the bell of extermination, they were all uneasy. In their lives, they had never thought that they would have the chance to hear such a sound again. Damn it. How could this happen? How did the illusion realm's location leak out? We don't have any information. Who knows our location? Fine was shaking uncontrollably. Even as an immortal sage, facing such a situation, he felt that things weren't good. Being surrounded and attacked by so many sages was a disaster that could wipe out his race. He even knew some inside information about the illusion race's upper echelon. His race had colluded with the Abyss Demon. If this was leaked, they would all be hated by everyone. Sages were no exception. It's here. It's finally here. The human sages have finally decided to attack the illusion realm. This is great. It's just the right time. Hearing such a voice, Xia Ping was excited. He knew that the scene he had been waiting for was finally here. Chaos. Only when the illusion realm was in complete chaos would he have the chance to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 2195. The news that the human clan sages were attacking the illusion world immediately shocked everyone in the illusion race. Many of the illusion race sages panicked, including the old monsters guarding the treasure vault. Damn it! What's going on? How come the human saints found out about our illusion realm, but we didn't get any information? We spend so much money to get information, but it's useless at the critical moment. We didn't get any information. You're all trash. An old monster of the illusion race roared furiously. The reason why the illusion race had been safe for so many years was because of their powerful intelligence and concealment abilities. Usually, they would escape before the enemy could launch an encirclement. But now, they didn't get any information until the human saints killed their way here. How could the old monsters of the illusion race not be furious? They even wanted to kill all the intelligence leaders. No matter how it was leaked, everyone knows that the humans have come out in full force to destroy our illusion race. The human saints have locked down the entire illusion realm and set up all kinds of godly restrictions to block the spacetime. We can't escape at all. Damn it. All saints of the illusion race, listen to my command. Attack and kill these human bastards. Let them know that our illusion race isn't to be trifled with. The saints of the illusion race shouted angrily. They received the order from their ancestors. No matter where they were or what they were doing, they all flew out of the illusion realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the saints of the illusion race flew out like bees. The sky was filled with the shadows of the saints, shaking the void. 1 hour earlier, in the central universe, on a vast square in a sacred place of the human clan, sages from various races gathered. Right now, a Tao discussion conference was being held here. Many human ancestors sat on the cushions on the high platform, emitting unrivaled auras that seemed to suppress the space-time, making countless sages' hearts palpitate. These were the human ancestors, terrifying existences who stood at the peak of the universe. They were the guarantee that the human clan would always stand at the top of the universe. They were the strongest combat force in the universe. Empty old ghost, is it enough? At this moment, the Xiaoyao ancestral master opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. The void shook, and his spirit consciousness spread out silently. However, it only vibrated on the high platform, and the other sages couldn't detect any sound. It's about time. The sages of the human race and the other sages have more or less gathered. Let's not let the traitors of the illusory race escape. Let's get started quickly. The one who spoke was a gray-robed elder. He carried a scarlet gourd on his back, and his cheeks were flushed red as if he was drunk. This person was Ancestor Kong Kong, a supreme expert who had mastered space-time techniques. Little Dark North, this is a war that hasn't happened in a long time. We will fight against the saints of the illusion race and even the demons of the abyss. This will be a drill for the war against the abyss. You will be the main force this time. We will observe from the side. Do you have any confidence? Xiaoyao ancestral master smiled faintly and looked at the figure standing beside him. This person was Xia Ping's master, Dark North ancestral master. He was indeed a junior in front of so many human patriarchs. However, his strength was on par with most of the human patriarchs. Don't worry. None of the saints of the illusion race can leave alive. I will kill them all. Dark North ancestral master said faintly and touched the sword at his waist. That's good. Let's begin. Ancestor Kong Kong pointed lightly. With a boom, ripples appeared in the void of the entire square. The void vibrated, and a huge and horrifying energy sphere enveloped and sealed this space-time. What? The sages were astonished and couldn't help but stand up. They sensed that the square had become an absolute space-time cage, and they couldn't escape no matter what power they used. Some foreign sages were even a bit panicked. They thought that the human sages had chosen to attack them and that this Tao discussion conference was a trap to catch them all in one fell swoop. However, some ancient sages were very calm. They knew that if the human sages wanted to kill them, they didn't need to use these small tricks. They could just kill them directly. Besides, killing people in the Tao discussion conference was obviously not good for the reputation of the human race and would cause other races to attack them. No matter how they looked at it, the human race had no reason to commit such a heinous crime. Guys, don't worry. At this moment, Xiaoyao ancestral master stood up and said, "This time, we sealed the space-time to prevent the news from leaking out. Guys, please be patient. Under this space-time seal, no information could be transmitted as if they were isolated from the world." Xiaoyao ancestral master, what do you want by making such a big scene? An ancient demon saint asked. We only have one goal, and that is to destroy the illusion race. Xiaoyao ancestral master said faintly. What? Destroy the illusion race? Does the human race know the location of the illusion race? They must know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big scene. I'm surprised that the human race still found the illusion race after fleeing for so long. But how did the illusion race offend the human race? They made such a big scene and even held a Tao discussion conference to deceive the human race. The sages talked among themselves. I know that some of you sages might be friends with the illusion race sages, or you might be the incarnation of the illusion race sages, or you might even sympathize with them. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoyao ancestral master's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. I hope that when we attack the illusion realm, you can attack if you want, and you can stand aside and watch the show if you don't. The attack plan is very important. The illusion race colluded with the demons in the abyss and was corrupted by the abyss. This is a serious crime that requires the death of all clans. Whoever dares to make trouble at this time will be the enemy of all races in the world and will die even if they escape to the end of the abyss. Horrifying murderous spirit filled every corner of the square, sending chills down the spines of countless sages. Damn it! The illusion race colluded with the abyss and became the dogs of the abyss. Really? Does the human race have any proof? There must be proof. Otherwise, why would they make such a big scene? If that's the case, then the illusion race deserves to die. No one can save them. How dare they collude with the abyss? It's outrageous. We can kill them dozens of times. Don't worry. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master, count us in. They dared to violate the treaty of all races and collude with the demons in the abyss. They are the enemies of the universe and must be executed. The foreign sages were murderous. If it were any other matter, it would have nothing to do with them. But the fact that the illusion race dared to collude with the abyss was a big deal. None of the races would tolerate this. This was a matter of life and death for all races in the world. Even the top races with mortal enemies would work together because of this. Chapter 2196. Okay, let's begin. Empyrean Ancestral Master made a hand seal, and the entire square shook. From the depths of the void, a transparent flying arc appeared. It was huge and boundless, containing powerful void energy. My goodness! It's the space-time arc, a peerless saint artifact. A sage couldn't help but yell in astonishment because it was his first time seeing a peerless saint artifact. It must be noted that a peerless saint artifact was completely different from a top-grade saint artifact. It wasn't as simple as 10 times more powerful. It was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more powerful. After becoming a peerless saint artifact, it seemed to contain a universe inside, engraved with complete universal laws, and could unleash unparalleled power. It was a true treasure that protected the clan, and it could suppress the fortune for billions of years. Boom! The space-time arc arrived at the plaza and silently enveloped the entire plaza. No, it wasn't as simple as just enveloping the square. Instead, it had enveloped the entire void of the square, from top to bottom, without any blind spots. Instantly, the sages sensed that they had entered another universe in the space-time arc, and the universal laws were completely different from before. Inside the space-time arc, they couldn't even unleash 50% of their power. Swoosh! The space-time arc trembled and instantly fused with the dimensional space-time. It traveled through the sea of stars silently, passing by dimensional spaces as if it was a creature from another dimension. Nothing could detect the space-time arc's shadow. 1 hour later, the space-time arc appeared in the sky above the illusion realm like a giant beast. It was high up in the sky, and the sages could sense that the illusion realm was below them. It's indeed the lair of the illusion race, the illusion realm. The sages finally believed the human ancestral master's words. They had really found the illusion race. Let's begin. Activate the godly restriction and seal the void. We can't let the illusion realm escape. It said that the core of the illusion realm is the peerless saint artifact Mirage Mist Pearl. Although it doesn't have enough offensive power, it's good at escaping. Once there are any traces, it can activate the Mirage Mist Pearl to merge into the void and escape without a trace. The previous 3 attempts to annihilate the illusion race failed because we didn't know the power of the Mirage Mist Pearl. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. This time, we have already made full preparations. No matter how cunning the illusion race is, they will still have to drink our bathwater," an ancient saint of the human race said coldly. "Let's begin." The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, 10 primordial saints appeared next to him. Each of them held a small dark golden pagoda in their hands. The pagoda contained countless restrictive auras, making it unfathomable. When the other sages saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens! That's a peerless saint artifact, the Tower of 10 Directions. A saint couldn't help but exclaim, "There are a total of 10 of these dark golden pagodas, and 10 primordial saints are needed to unleash the full power of this peerless saint artifact." Once the 10 Directions World Pagoda was activated, it could immediately set up the 10 Directions World, sealing the space-time and forming a world corridor. No matter how hard the Sea Serpent Mist Pearl tried to escape, it would not be able to escape from the 10 Directions World. In the primeval times, the humans used this peerless saint artifact to fight against the abyss demons. In that battle, they won a great victory and killed countless abyss demons and heavenly demons, laying the foundation for the victory of the primeval war. The sages felt chills in their hearts. The humans even took out the 10 Directions World Pagoda, which showed that the humans were determined to win this mission. Perhaps this mission wasn't only to deal with the illusion race but also the abyss demons hiding behind the illusion race. Some sages revealed a trace of coldness in their eyes. It seemed that this battle wouldn't be so simple and many sages might die. At this moment, the 10 primordial saints immediately spread out in different places. With the huge dark golden pagodas in their hands, they formed a hand seal. Instantly, the huge dark golden pagodas appeared in the vacuum of the universe. Towering between the sky and the earth, they were divided into 10 directions like 10 pillars. Immediately, the 10 huge dark golden pagodas formed one world after another. They intertwined with each other and grew endlessly. Yin and Yang merged into one, and the 5 elements flowed as if forming a cycle. The 10 worlds represented 10 different world laws. No matter how powerful the peerless saint artifact, the Mirage Mist Pearl, was to be able to cast illusions and hide time and space, it couldn't escape from the 10 world laws. Let's greet the sage of the illusion race. Otherwise, others will think that we humans are rude. Ancestor Emptiness said lazily. That's easy. Ancestor Dark North stood out, his face expressionless. He slapped out with his palm, covering the sky and the earth. A terrifying giant hand came crashing down from the depths of the void. Immediately, the entire illusion was squeezed by this giant hand. Endless mana exploded from the depths of the giant hand, creating a destructive wave. It seemed as if the entire illusion was going to be crushed. At this moment, the illusion was rattling. Countless laws of heaven and earth collapsed. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. Piece after piece of land was crushed, creating violent chi of the universe. Vaguely, the illusion seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Oh my God! Many of the foreign saints were shocked and looked at Saint Dark North in disbelief. That palm alone had surpassed all of them. It had reached the level of an undefeatable saint. If this world wasn't protected by the Mirage Mist Pearl, it would have been crushed long ago and turned into a ball of chi. Who is it? 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 Voices came from the depths of the illusion. They were furious and furious. Waves of terrifying saint aura shot into the sky. There was also a sense of exasperation. That was because the power of that palm was not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the support of the Mirage Mist Pearl, the entire phantom world would have exploded, and the entire phantom race would have been wiped out. This was the hatred of the extermination of a race, and it was absolutely irreconcilable. One could imagine how angry these saints were. Saint Darknorth's eyes flashed with coldness. Without saying anything, he threw a punch. Bang! A saint of the illusion race did not even know what was going on. This punch surpassed time and space and reached the level of a god. It was unbelievable. His entire body exploded and even his soul was crushed. With just a single punch, an unknown saint was beaten to death, his body perishing and his Tao disappearing. This punch also triggered a war. The saints of the other races did not hesitate and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the war between the human race and the illusion race erupted. Chapter 2197. Currently, in the outer hall of the treasury. What do we do? Master Fane. Many treasury guards looked at immortal Saint Fane nervously. No one cared about a nobody like Xia Ping anymore. Even the bell of extinction had rung, which meant that the entire race would be wiped out. Now, the entire race was on the brink of death. They didn't even know if they could survive such a disaster, so how could they have the mood to deal with Xia Ping? What do we do? How do I know? Fane immediately wanted to curse. This was a disaster that could wipe out an entire race. The human race's saints had attacked in full force, even using peerless saint items. It was clear that they were planning on killing the illusion. Under such circumstances, even ancient saints might not be able to survive, let alone Fane, who was only an immortal saint. His strength wasn't even worth mentioning among saints. However, he still endured it. After all, he was an immortal saint, a high and mighty powerhouse. He didn't want to lose face in front of these mortals. Just then, Xia Ping stood out and looked at Fane calmly. Fane, you don't need to think about what to do. Just what you said is enough to make you die without a grave. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Shut up. A little ant dares to be so arrogant here. You don't need to enter the black prison today. I'll kill you now and see who can save your life today. Hearing this, Fane was furious. It was fine that he couldn't deal with this disaster, but Barty, this little ant, dared to cause trouble at such a critical moment. Instantly, he became bold and wanted to kill Xia Ping. In this critical moment, a few people dying was just a small matter. No one would look into it. Idiot. Xia Ping sneered. With a thought, a tyrannical spiritual domain blasted out. His eyes exploded with unprecedented cold light, like the sun. What? Fane was scared half to death. He immediately felt the entire world change. The world spun, as if a sun had risen in the dark starry sky. The entire world was burned by the scorching sun, and everything was destroyed. In this world, terrifying flames ignited, releasing endless golden light, vast and mighty, imposing like rainbows, containing endless killing intent. Rays of light intertwined, emitting terrifying heat. It was as if they were going to melt his soul. Ah! This mental domain covered every corner of the yard. Dozens of illusory race guards let out shrill screams like pigs being slaughtered. It was impossible for them to withstand the power of this spiritual domain with their soul power alone. It was like a sun sweeping across the sky, destroying everything, destroying the human world. Boom! The guards of the illusion race were all killed. Their souls were shattered, and blood flowed out of their orifices. They fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. It was as if they had lost everything and were just empty shells. Spiritual domain. This is a spiritual domain that only an immortal saint can possess. Damn it, you're an immortal saint. No, you're not Barty. Or you. Where did you come from? Why did you invade my illusion world? Finn shouted. At this moment, he finally understood why the phantom world was suddenly discovered by the human clan. It turned out that a spy had silently infiltrated the phantom world and even disguised himself as a member of the phantom race to enter the treasure vault. The other party was even an undying saint. How terrifying was this? An undying saint actually entered the illusion world, yet none of the illusion race saints noticed. If news of this were to spread, the entire illusion race would be shaken. Even the ancient saints would take action. At the thought of this, Finn immediately wanted to escape from this spiritual domain. As long as he could shout, he would be able to inform the other saints to appear and surround and kill this intruder. Sadly, it was too late. Sun God Fist. At that moment, Xia Ping punched out, channeling the immense power within his body. He even used the bloodline power of the Golden Crow of Hell and gathered all the strange flames within him. As he punched out, endless strange flames gathered in the depths of his fist, forming a horrifying vortex. Horrifying air currents swirled, collapsed, and strangled, as if forming a black hole. Faintly, there seemed to be the shadow of a flame god standing behind his fist. It was high and mighty, like a god, emitting a destructive flame aura. This punch seemed to have gathered most of Xia Ping's strength. It was extremely violent and could kill anything in its way. He wanted to kill Finn with a single punch to prevent any future troubles. He must not let the other party escape and attract reinforcements. Astral protection technique. Finn roared. At this moment of life and death, he finally reacted. He activated his mystique and layers of light barriers formed from astral energy surged out. In an instant, 18,000 layers of energy barriers covered his body. They were incomparably thick, like countless stars protecting his body. They contained unparalleled defensive power. Even an all-out attack from an immortal saint would not be able to break through his astral protection technique. This was also the mystique that he was proud of. It was tyrannical beyond compare. It was a pity that he had encountered Xia Ping. This sun god fist contained the power of extreme yang and even the power of the Golden Crow of Hell's flames. It brought with it a world-destroying might and nothing could block it. Don't. This punch landed on the light ball formed by Finn's astral protection technique. Instantly, the stars exploded on the spot, shattering into pieces. The terrifying power of the golden crow of hell's flames pierced through everything. No matter what it was burned to ashes. Even the armor that Finn was wearing couldn't block it. It was burned through in a breath's time. This power directly bombarded Finn's body. With a boom, Finn let out a mournful scream. His entire body was blown up into a pile of meat paste. Every cell in his body emitted powerful soul waves and howled in pain. Swish, swish, swish. His flesh squirmed as if he wanted to use his immortal body to escape and regenerate. However, before Finn could move, the golden crow of hell's flames immediately burned, enveloping every piece of his flesh and even every cell in his body. Whoosh, in a few breaths' time, Finn's body was burned to ashes. Even his soul was burned into nothingness. Nothing was left. Immortal Saint Finn was dead. As expected, I don't even need the reincarnation brush or other powerful treasures now. I can kill an immortal saint with a single punch. Xia Ping clenched his fists in excitement. After becoming an immortal saint, his magic power was more than 1,000 times stronger. At the same time, the power of the golden crow of hell's flames in his body increased exponentially. Once touched by the golden crow of hell's flames, even the soul of an immortal saint would be burned to death. Its power could even burn space and burn through spatial caverns. Chapter 2198. Bastard, you actually dared to kill Finn. Just at this moment, an angry shout came from afar. It was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Immediately, 3 or 4 figures landed in front of the courtyard, their bodies emitting an undying aura. All 4 of them were immortal sages. One of them was even the outer hall master of the treasury, Jonas. He had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm and was only a step away from the immemorial sage realm. The other 3 were the deputy hall masters of the outer hall of the treasury. Including Fane, there were a total of 4 deputy hall masters. They sensed the intense battle fluctuations here, as if there were undying saints fighting here. They were immediately startled, quickly hurrying over to see what was going on. It could be said that the upper echelons of the treasury's outer palace had turned out in full force. However, they didn't expect to see Xia Ping kill Fane with a single punch as soon as they arrived. They were shocked and angry at the same time. They wanted to capture this murderer and skin him alive. Barty? No, that's not right. You're not the real Barty. Barty doesn't have the power to kill an undying saint. Tell me, who are you? Why did you invade my illusion world? A deputy palace master shouted angrily as he stared at Xia Ping with a murderous look. He felt that the reason why the human race sages attacked the illusory realm might have something to do with this person. If he could capture this kid alive, he would definitely reap a huge harvest. Zhang Xian could sense that the other party's cultivation was only at the sempiternal realm at the very most. He had yet to comprehend the spatial laws and reach the level of ancient sages. If this person was a saint from ancient times, he would have run away long ago instead of staying in this place. The reason why Fane had died at the hands of this person was probably because this intruder had some unknown means, or Fane had already been plotted against by the enemy. If they were a bit more cautious, they wouldn't fear this brat's threat at all. This was the confidence of an undying saint. Could it be that this brat informed the human race to come to the illusion dimension? This brat is the main culprit behind the extermination of our clan? A deputy temple master's face was gloomy as he thought of the foreign invasion. No one would believe that this kid had nothing to do with the human race sage attacking the illusion realm. Even if he's not the culprit, he's definitely related to this matter. He must be one of the accomplices. We can't let this bastard escape. We must capture him. The remaining vice hall master was filled with killing intent. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Cripple him, torture him, and he'll spill everything. Jonas, the temple lord, sneered. He didn't waste any time talking to Xia Ping and immediately attacked. In the blink of an eye, he formed a seal with both hands, and tens of thousands of black balls of lightning appeared on his body. Each of the balls of lightning seemed to have the shadow of a demon god. They were ferocious and contained an aura of destruction. Vaguely, these black lightning balls contained the power of the 5 elements, and they mutually reinforced and countered each other, growing and multiplying endlessly. This was his innate ability, 5 elemental demon vanquishing thunder. Its power was not to be underestimated. If it were to explode in an instant, it would be enough to heavily injure an undying saint. Kill! Palace Lord Jonas immediately controlled the black lightning balls to bombard Xia Ping, covering almost the entire area. He attempted to detonate them at the same time, blasting Xia Ping into dust. Fool, what can a mere thunderball do to me? A cold gleam flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. Without any fear, he sent out a palm strike. In an instant, he executed the unparalleled mystic ability in his body, Great Yin-Yang Tablet Breaking Palm. After advancing to the sempiternal realm, the might of the Great Yin-Yang Tablet Breaking Palm had increased by more than 1,000 times. At this realm, it already possessed the power to seal the void. It contained boundless fortune, and when yin and yang interchanged, it could destroy all matter. This was the true might of the Qiankuan faction's unparalleled mystic ability. Immediately, a palm slapped out, manifesting the power of yin and yang. It seemed to have turned into a huge millstone, containing the power to create a world and deduce the heavens. The power of yin and yang reversed, giving rise to a terrifying power. It was as if the space within a radius of 1,000,000 li was grabbed by this hand the moment it appeared. Nothing could escape from the palm, forming an absolute domain. The slap landed heavily on Jonas. Before the tens of thousands of black balls of lightning could explode, they were immediately smashed into pieces, completely obliterated and turned into powder. At the same time, the terrifying palm grabbed onto Jonas, unleashing a terrifying power of yin and yang that tore through everything. Immediately, Jonas let out a shrill scream. His body was also smashed into a pile of meat paste by the palm. His body was split into pieces, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground, leaving behind a terrifying aura that flickered unsteadily. A terrifying aura emanated from the deep crater, piercing through space. Seeing this scene, the other 3 Vice Hall Masters were so scared that they wet their pants. That was Jonas, a pinnacle sempiternal realm expert. His strength was even higher than theirs. Yet, with just a single palm strike, he had smashed Jonas into meat paste. It was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Even if he wasn't a near ancient sage, he wasn't too far from it. Yet, they had actually tried to deal with such a monster. Wasn't that just courting death? Hurry up and run. This invader is too strong. Inform the elders of the clan immediately. Have them capture and kill this invader. Retreat. Don't fight him to the death. The 3 Vice Hall Masters immediately fled. They didn't care whether Jonas was dead or alive. In any case, their lives were more important. There was no need to stay here and fight this monster to the death. Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission? Come out, Bell of Chaos. Xia Ping didn't even bother to look at it. He immediately activated the Bell of Chaos, his natal magic treasure. It immediately floated above his head, surrounded by wisps of chaotic air currents. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, the Bell of Chaos began to vibrate after being imbued with a tremendous amount of magic power. With its body as the center, terrifying sound waves spread out, affecting the entire outer hall of the treasure vault. This was a terrifying sound wave imbued with the power of a sound stone. It had the destructive power to destroy souls and shatter space. In just a breath's time, wherever these sound waves went, they were filled with a strong destructive power. The entire resting area of the outer hall was immediately shattered. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless restrictions and formations were shattered. It was as if the entire outer hall had been shattered. The 3 Vice Hall Masters hadn't even moved a few steps when their bodies were immediately struck by the sound waves. They shook back and forth tens of millions of times, producing a terrifying destructive power. No. Stop right now. They screamed and panicked. They sensed the impending danger of death. However, even though they sensed danger, there was nothing they could do. The three of them couldn't retaliate at all. Just like that, their bodies were shattered. The terrifying power of the sound waves even directly attacked their souls. With a few cracking sounds, their souls were shattered just like that. Their true souls were shattered, and they died on the spot. Chapter 2199. As expected, the bell's power has increased by more than 100 times. Even an immortal saint can't stop it. It can even shatter space with full power. Xia Ping clenched his fist. He was getting more and more confident in his own power. Even immortal saints were only experts who understood space laws. He could rely on his magic power, which far surpassed other sages of the same level, and his various powerful treasures. With such power, it was not impossible for him to fight against immortal saints. Of course, the exact result would only be known after a fight. There are no more immortal saints in the outer palace. Xia Ping stood in the same place as he spread out his spiritual consciousness. The entire outer hall of the treasury was enveloped by his spiritual domain. Even if there were all sorts of restrictions and array formations, it was of no use as they couldn't resist the penetration of his spiritual domain. Boom! At the same time, he activated his infernal golden crow eye. Rays of dark gold light penetrated the void. The entire outer palace, and even the inner palace, were exposed to his gaze. Nothing could hide. Indeed, because the human race sages attacked the illusion dimension, basically all the sages in the treasure vault came out. Even the many old monsters in the inner hall and the primordial sages temporarily left the treasure vault to fight the enemy outside the illusion dimension. After all, this was a life and death crisis for the illusion race. These old monsters could not just stay in the treasury and do nothing unless they wanted to watch the illusion race perish. Great chance. Seeing this, Xia Ping felt very good. Now that the old monsters in the treasury had left and the few immortal saints guarding the treasury had been killed by him. In other words, this treasury was now his territory. Like a naked beauty, he could do whatever he wanted. First, Xia Ping went to the outer palace. Although the treasures in the outer palace were not as valuable as those in the inner palace, no matter how small a mosquito was, it still had some meat. He would not mind having more treasures on him. With such an opportunity, if he didn't plunder it, how could he be worthy of such a great opportunity? After all, these people from the illusory tribe were all thieves and bandits. Their treasures were obtained by cheating, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Stop, Barty. What are you doing? This is the outer palace. Without the order of the palace master, no one is allowed to come near. Anyone who does will be killed. Do you understand? At this moment, at the entrance of the outer hall, some illusion race guards immediately shouted. When they saw Xia Ping approaching, they immediately wanted to stop him from advancing. They could instinctively sense that this Barty in front of them was very unusual, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to break into the treasury. Scram! Xia Ping glanced at the group of guards. With just a glance, a tyrannical spiritual domain enveloped them. Buzz, in an instant, these illusory tribe guards, no matter how strong they were, could not withstand this kind of spiritual pressure. In an instant, they were knocked unconscious, and some even bled from their orifices. With their strength alone, they were unable to resist the might of an immortal saint, let alone Xia Ping, who far surpassed an immortal saint. One look from him was enough to make them faint. There's actually a restrictive array here. Looks like I'll have to be careful. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He used the Golden Crow's Eye of Hell to look at the outer hall's treasury. He discovered that this place was also covered in dense array formations. If he used brute force to forcefully break through, it would not be impossible. The problem was that doing so would definitely alert the illusion race's saints outside, which would cause a lot of trouble. After all, there were many illusion race's saints. Any near ancient saint, or even a middle ancient saint, would be enough to pose a threat to him. If it was not necessary, he could not alert the illusion race's saints. Fortunately, he had the golden slime with him. It could swallow the outer hall's walls and enter without a sound, without alerting the restrictive array formations. At the same time, his golden crow's eye of hell could also see through the various nodes of the restrictive array formations. With that thought in mind, Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately summoned the golden slime. Suddenly, the golden slime leaped forward and turned into a blob of liquid, covering the outer hall's door. Suddenly, the entire outer hall's door was corroded, creating a hole the size of 3 people. As the corrosion spread, the entire door to the outer palace's treasury was completely devoured by the golden slimes. It seemed that this door was also made of special cosmic materials, and to the golden slimes, it could be considered a delicious meal. Xia Ping immediately walked through the door and entered the outer hall's treasury. Suddenly, as if he had entered a dimensional space, he found that the outer hall's treasury was incomparably huge, covering an area larger than a large planet. My God, we're rich, this time we're really rich. This is worthy of being the illusion race's treasury. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures. Corinne also saw this scene. His eyes immediately lit up. He was extremely excited. Even though it had followed the Saints of the Stars for countless years, it had never seen so many treasures. No matter what, this was the treasury of a large clan. After countless years of accumulation, even if there was a lot of consumption, the treasures stored were still quite shocking. It was simply an astronomical figure. My God, there are too many medicinal pills here. Fury Spirit Pill, Chi Spirit Pill, Elemental Spirit Pill, Power Spirit Pill, Wind Spirit Pill, 100 Turns Pill, Scarlet Blood Pill, Soul Cleansing Pill, Fire Condensing Pill, Wound Healing Pill. Green Ox was also very excited. He found a space to store medicinal pills. He was very familiar with the different types of medicinal pills. Every one of them was incomparably precious. However, the quantity of each kind of medicinal pill was very large, at least reaching tens of billions of them. These medicinal pills were densely stacked together. It was just like a mountain. He couldn't imagine how much wealth the illusion race had to be able to refine so many medicinal pills. Moreover, this was just the outer hall's medicinal pill treasury, that's all. It was only refined for the sake of training the illusion race's descendants. It was simply not the most precious treasure of the illusion race. Not only are there many medicinal pills, there are also many kinds of universe ores: iron essence, copper essence, silver essence, dark stone, agate horn, lapis lazuli, golden fiery stone, fire melting crystal, and so on. They are all extremely precious ores, belonging to the first-class refining materials. Corinne was very excited. He found a space to store refining materials and found that these universe ores were simply piled up like a mountain, each of them up to tens of thousands of tons, some even millions of tons, as if they didn't cost money. It could be imagined that the illusion race's wealth was absolutely not a small matter. Even some human supercountries might not be able to compare to the countless wealth accumulated by the illusion race. Mine, all of them are mine. Xia Ping's eyes also lit up. He felt his blood boiling. He waved his hand, and all these treasures were moved into the space of the mountain river Pearl. Not even a hair was left behind. Chapter 2200. Half an hour later, all the treasures in the outer hall of the illusion race's treasury had been removed by Xia Ping. Now, the entire outer hall was empty. Even the door had been torn down. The loot was even cleaner than one's face. We are rich enough to rival a country. Now we are really rich enough to rival a country. The green ox was extremely excited. Even if its old master was an ancient sage and had accumulated an astonishing amount of wealth, it could not be compared to the treasury of a race. Not to mention the famous illusion race. Even if most of the wealth of this race was placed in the hands of the illusion race's sages, leaving only a small part of the treasury was still quite amazing. If these treasures were taken out and sold, they could definitely buy dozens of star fields. Even the treasures in the outer hall are so amazing. The treasures in the inner hall are even more amazing. Xia Ping, let's hurry to the inner hall's treasury and plunder it. Corinne's eyes were red. As the saying goes, a horse will not get fat without night grass, and a man will not get rich without a windfall. Now was clearly a chance to get rich overnight. If they missed this opportunity, they might not get it again. They could accumulate the treasures of an ancient sage in countless years. Who knew how many people would be scared to death if they knew about it? If they did not plunder the treasures when the illusion race's sages were busy, then when would they plunder? Okay. Xia Ping nodded. Of course, he also wanted to plunder the inner hall. After all, the inner hall's treasury still had the sound stone that he had been dreaming of. It was of great benefit to improving the power of the Chaos Cauldron, so he could not miss it. But before he left, he had to leave some marks. After all, as a guest, it was not good and polite to leave without a trace. Thinking of this, he immediately wrote a few lines of words on one of the walls of the treasury. I heard that the illusion race was rich, so rich that it could rival a country. My heart yearned for it. Now that I have seen it in the treasury, I know that the rumors are not as good as meeting them in person. My heart is overwhelmed with emotion, and I admit defeat. Because I am short of money, my life is hard, and I have to feed the old and young. I also have to support 3,000 wives and concubines. I am in a precarious situation. I have no choice but to borrow treasures from the illusion race. Please rest assured, I am not a person who goes back on his word. I am borrowing treasures purely out of helplessness. If I have a better life in the future, I will definitely return the treasures and even visit to thank you. There is no need to worry. When Green Ox and Corinne saw these words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. They had already plundered all the treasures of others, but they still dared to leave words in the treasury. This was clearly slapping the illusion race's face, and it was the kind of slapping them to death. He did not know what kind of expression the saints of the illusion tribe would have when they saw these words. Perhaps all of them would be so angry that they might even faint. After doing all this, Xia Ping dusted his hands and immediately flew towards the inner hall of the treasury without any hesitation. A few minutes later, Xia Ping crossed countless layers of space and finally arrived at the inner hall of the treasury. This was an independent dimensional world, and a huge palace stood in the middle of this dimensional world. At this moment, there was no one left in this dimensional world. The dozen or so sages who were originally guarding this place had left and headed outside the illusion realm to fight against the human race sage coalition army. It could be said that this place was an empty nest. Little Gold, swallow the door of this palace. Xia Ping ordered the golden slime. Slime. Hearing this, the golden slime immediately rushed over and turned into a mass of golden liquid, instantly wrapping the huge door of the inner hall. Crash! Suddenly, the door, which was refined from precious cosmic materials, was immediately swallowed by the golden slime, and all the power was swallowed up by it. Vaguely, the power of the golden slime seemed to be a lot stronger than before, and it was constantly growing. Bang! When the door of the treasury was swallowed, the appearance of the inner hall was revealed. Immediately, violent energy gushed out from the depths of the inner hall, seemingly distorting the space. One after another, restrictive formations appeared in it. Even if there were no saints guarding this place, the restrictive formations left behind in the inner hall were enough to make countless sages flinch. Hundreds and thousands of restrictive formations overlapped, emitting a terrifying power that distorted the space and even made time stand still. What? In an instant, Xia Ping was caught off guard and was surrounded by the power of these restrictive formations. He suddenly found that his whole body could not move, as if it had come to a standstill. This was not a powerful binding force that could not be broken with brute force at all. This involved the change of the law of time, and it was the power of a higher-level law. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, unable to move forward or backward. Oh no, there is a time-stop formation in the inner hall of the treasury. Once you step in, all time will stop. Unless you are a sage from the Middle Ages who has comprehended the law of time, you will not be able to break out of this restrictive formation. The green bull could not help but cry out in shock. Even if there were no sages guarding this treasury, with the power of the restrictive formation, it would be able to stop countless people with ulterior motives. Time-stop formation? Xia Ping was also shocked. He did not expect there to be such a terrifying formation in the world. With the emergence of the law of time, he did not have any power to resist, no matter how strong his powers were. Suddenly, he felt the reincarnation brush on his body tremble, as if sensing that he was in danger. It immediately flew out from his body, emitting waves of terrifying reincarnation power, distorting the void. It flew out and pointed at the void. With a thud, with Xia Ping at the center, all the laws of the universe instantly collapsed and were completely destroyed. It was as if all the restraints of the laws were forcefully torn apart. Very good. Seeing this, Xia Ping's spirit was lifted. Fortunately, he had a powerful treasure like the reincarnation brush with him and was not affected by the time-stop formation at all. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Die. He didn't waste any time. Taking advantage of this gap, he held the reincarnation brush in his hand and used the golden crow's eyes of hell to see all the restrictive spells in the inner hall of the treasure vault, as well as the spell formation lines branded in the depths of the void. In an instant, he saw the countless nodes of the restrictive formations, which were also the weaknesses of the formations. Xia Ping immediately rushed over and pointed the reincarnation brush gently. Terrifying rays of light shot out one after another, piercing through everything. Nothing could stop it. Dong, dong, dong. Instantly, all the restrictive formations were torn apart easily. Without the support of the nodes, they could not absorb the energy in the void. The entire restrictive formations collapsed just like that, leaving no power behind. In an instant, the entire treasury was completely safe. Most of the restrictive formations were destroyed. Chapter 2201. It finally disintegrated. Xia Ping heaved a sigh of relief, a relaxed expression on his face. After breaking the restriction array of the inner hall of the treasury, there was no power that could stop him. Of course, he did not destroy the warning restriction array here, he only destroyed the defensive array, so he did not alarm the sages guarding the inner hall of the treasury, and they would not find out that there was a problem in this place. Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately entered the inner hall. First, he saw a huge mountain made of elixirs, towering into the clouds, exuding endless vitality. It was as if at this moment he had fallen into a sea of vitality. With a little breath, it seemed that his magic power had improved greatly, obtaining endless benefits. Oh my God, this is longevity elixir, there are so many longevity elixirs, this illusion race is really rich. Seeing this mountain of elixirs, the green ox could not help but cry out in shock. Corinne also opened his mouth, speechless. Longevity elixir? What kind of elixir is this? Xia Ping asked curiously. Longevity elixir, that is a sage-level elixir for sages to condense magic power, it is extremely precious. The Azure Ox said excitedly, it's a sage-tier pill that can only be refined from the energy of the universe's origin source and supplemented with 108 types of precious spirit herbs. It can directly temper one's body, strengthen one's magic power, and even activate sage artifacts. These auxiliary elixirs are nothing, any sage can get a lot of them, the most important is the energy of the universe's origin. This is the purest energy, sages can only absorb a limited amount of energy every day. Corinne sighed with emotion. He said that if sages want to quickly improve their magic power, they can only take sage-level elixirs like longevity elixir, which can save a lot of effort in condensing magic power. If there is no longevity elixir, they can only rely on years of hard training. The problem is that refining longevity elixir is not so simple. It is very difficult for ordinary sages to communicate with the origin of the universe and absorb the energy of the origin, and they do not get much, it is not enough for their own training, how can they use it to refine elixirs? Only the top forces in the universe can absorb a lot of the energy of the universe's origin, and they are qualified to be so extravagant and refine countless longevity elixirs. In the past, in order to get some longevity elixirs, its old master, Myriad Star Sages, paid a great price and spent a lot of resources to buy them. It was precisely because it had experienced poverty that it knew how incredible it was to possess so many longevity pills. Ordinary undying sages would at most get a few dozen or 100 longevity pills even if they worked themselves to the bone. Moreover, they would have to live frugally, living a life where they couldn't even make ends meet. But right now, these longevity pills were laid out before him like a huge mountain. There were at least tens of billions of them, and it was an incomparably vast amount. Just how rich and extravagant was this? Compared to the illusory tribe, his old master was worse than a beggar. It now truly understood what it meant to be a nouveau riche, and what it meant to be as wealthy as a nation. It's no wonder that the illusory race has so many saints. With so many longevity pills, they can naturally squander them at will and cultivate an endless stream of experts. The green ox could not help but sigh. This was because the longevity elixir was not only extremely beneficial to saints, it was even more beneficial to mortals. Just one longevity elixir was enough to make up for thousands of years of effort in condensing spiritual energy. Of course, the longevity pill was also very important to the sages, so they would not easily give it away. Even so, with such a large amount of longevity elixir, it was enough for them to cultivate many geniuses of the illusory race. Even the sages' cultivation would soar because of these longevity elixirs, surpassing the sages of other races. How did the illusory race do it? How could they concoct so many longevity elixirs? Xiaoping asked. It's probably because the illusory race has a peerless saint artifact, Mist Pearl. The green ox said, the power of a peerless saint artifact doesn't just lie in its strength and unimaginable abilities. At the same time, it can communicate with the origin of the universe at any time and absorb large amounts of origin energy. The illusory race probably borrowed the power of the Mist Pearl to absorb large amounts of universe origin energy every day. That's why they have the right to be so extravagant and concoct so many longevity elixirs. It voiced out its guess. I see. Xia Ping finally understood. No wonder the peerless saint artifact could suppress the destiny of a race for hundreds of millions of years. It was the greatest guarantee for the continuation of a race. This was not only because the peerless saint artifact was extremely powerful, but also because it could communicate with the origin of the universe, absorb a large amount of origin energy, and refine countless longevity elixirs. With this endless supply of resources, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to nurture countless experts? This was the foundation of a race. And the reason why these old monsters of the illusory race were willing to stay in the treasury to guard was probably to obtain these longevity elixirs, which could absorb the origin energy of the universe at any time and anywhere. Plunder, plunder everything. Thinking of this, how could Xia Ping hold back? With a wave of his hand, he immediately plundered the mountains of longevity elixirs piled up and put them all into the space of his mountain river pearl. When the green ox and Corinne saw this scene, they were extremely excited and moved. It was worth enduring for such a long time in the illusory race. Now was the time for harvest. They also couldn't help but wonder what the saints of the illusory race would think if they knew about this. If such a huge amount of wealth disappeared, they would probably go crazy. 10 minutes later, these longevity elixirs were all plundered by Xia Ping. Look, there is another space in front. There are a lot of rare materials of the illusory race placed there. The sound grain stones should be there. Let's take them all away. Corinne shouted. He also helped to plunder treasures everywhere. With a whoosh, Xia Ping's figure flickered and immediately came to another place in the inner hall. Sure enough, there were a lot of rare materials placed in this place, including the sound grain stones. And these sound grain stones were also piled up like a mountain, at least 10 tons. Who knows where these saints of the illusory race found them, but this was an immeasurable wealth. Because these cosmic-level rare materials couldn't be bought even with money, the saints wouldn't take these rare materials out to sell. They would only barter them or use them for themselves. My God, Master, look, these are cosmic-level gems that contain unimaginable power. Life Stone, Soul Stone, Thunder God Stone, Celestial Stone, Object God Stone, Sea Calming Stone. Crazy, the illusory race is really crazy. Where did they find so many cosmic-level gems? The green ox couldn't help but scream. Because these cosmic-level gems, even the ancient saints might not be able to obtain them. These were all top-grade treasures that could only be found by luck. Chapter 2202. I didn't expect there to be so many cosmic gems. Seeing the gems above, Xia Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Life stone, as long as one has a breath, as long as the life stone is by his side, he can be saved. It can provide a steady stream of vitality and can be regarded as a life-saving gem. Soul stone, this is a gem that can devour soul energy and store soul energy. It has the same ability as the soul-devouring beast and can even slowly increase the owner's soul power. Thunder God stone, once you hold this gem, you can immediately comprehend the origin power of thunder and can even cultivate the thunder god body, controlling all the power of thunder. Celestial stone is an extremely hard gem with a powerful indestructible characteristic. It is suitable to be refined into a defensive magic weapon that can isolate the dual attacks of magic power and soul. As for divine stone, it is a spatial gem that contains a special spatial world inside. Many magic weapons of the blessed land of heavenly lands are based on divine stone. There is also sea calming stone. With this gem, you can walk in the ocean as if walking on flat ground, become the lord of the ocean, and suppress all ocean storms. It is extremely powerful. It can be said that these gems are extremely precious and special cosmic gems that are only born under certain special conditions and circumstances. They are extremely rare. If the golden slime devours any of the gems mentioned above, it can evolve into a special golden slime. Slime. At this time, the golden slime also sensed the aura of these cosmic gems and excitedly flew out of Xia Ping's body, pouncing on the pile of gems. With a few chomps, it directly swallowed these cosmic gems. Wait! Seeing this, Azure Ox panicked and immediately wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. In just 1 second, the golden slime devoured these cosmic gems cleanly. Sigh, what a reckless waste, what a reckless waste. It actually ate them all. Any gem can be refined into a powerful sacred tool, but now it's all gone. Corinne also beat his chest, feeling extremely regretful. These cosmic gems are basically one of the main materials for refining sacred tools. Often by relying on the special ability of these cosmic gems, all kinds of powerful sacred tools can be refined. But now, they were all eaten by the golden slime. Isn't this a reckless waste? Forget it, let Xiao Jin eat them, it will have all kinds of abilities. Xia Ping smiled faintly and didn't mind at all. He knew about the golden slime's innate divine ability, nothing it couldn't swallow. As long as he swallowed these cosmic gems, he would be able to obtain the corresponding ability. It wasn't a bad thing to be eaten by the golden slime. Suddenly, after swallowing these cosmic gems, the golden slime's body underwent a huge change. The gems fused into its body as if they had become a part of it. Boom! In an instant, the golden slime transformed into a huge golden sword. 5 to 6 special gems appeared on the hilt of the sword, emitting colorful brilliance. It was extremely luxurious and extravagant. With one look, one could tell that this was a priceless treasure sword, the kind that was worth cities. Slime. The golden slime seemed to be very excited. After devouring these cosmic gems, it felt its power rising steadily. At the same time, its body also surged with many powerful abilities. Once it completely devoured the power of these gems, it would be able to advance to a mid-grade sacred artifact. At the same time, it would also be able to possess the special powers of these gems. Come back. Xia Ping waved his hand and said to the golden slime. Slime. With a swoosh, the golden slime returned to Xia Ping's side and turned into a bangle, coiling around his wrist. At the same time, the bangle had undergone a huge change. It was no longer ordinary, but had 6 gems engraved on it. Xia Ping looked around at his surroundings. Other than these cosmic gems, there were many other crafting materials as well. Even though they weren't as valuable as the cosmic gems, they were still rare materials that could be used to craft sacred weapons. Without holding back, Lin Fan plundered everything clean. Other than these crafting materials, he had also found a place to store spirit medicines. This place seemed to be a paradise for spirit medicines, with a large number of sage medicines planted within. It can't be, right? To think that there would be so many sage medicines. Xia Ping was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. That was because there were a total of 800 stalks of sage medicines planted within this spirit medicine field. Every single stalk of sage medicine was at least 10 million years old, and they were filled with a powerful spirit. Even when they saw Xia Ping coming over, these sage medicines seemed to be at a loss of what to do, and transmitted a panicked emotion. This was because they had never seen Xia Ping before. It was obvious that their spirit was extremely high, and they were about to possess their own souls and intelligence. One stalk of sage medicine after another exuded an endless amount of medicinal qi. It was as though as long as one stayed in this environment, they would be immune to all diseases, and their lifespan would be prolonged, and their cultivation would be constantly strengthened. Other than the sage medicines that had been taken away by the sages, this could be considered as the entire inventory of the illusion race. Oh my God, there are so many sage medicines. Where did these sages of the illusion race plunder them from? Master, dig them all out. Dig out all of these sage medicines, don't let a single one go. The green ox was so excited that he was speechless. He felt that this place was simply heaven, because not only were the sage medicines astonishing, but there were also many types of them. If any alchemist were to witness this scene, they would probably faint from excitement. Ah, bad guys have come in. We're going to be eaten, run. Help, help, there's a bad guy coming to eat us. The stalks of saintly herbs cried out loudly, losing their heads out of fear and running away. It was a pity that this place was not big, so they could only flee in all directions like headless flies, unable to escape in the end. Don't run, all of you come in. Xia Ping smiled and grabbed with his hand. Instantly, a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the entire space. All the qi of heaven and earth seemed to stop at this moment. Boom! The huge hand grabbed lightly, and instantly, all the sage medicines and the soil on the ground were uprooted. The stars moved, and in an instant, they were pulled into the space of the pearl of mountain and river. I'll go take care of them and imprison them all, so that they don't run around. The green ox was burning with anxiety. He did not want to stay in the treasury any longer, and immediately went to grab these sage medicines, so that they would not run around in the space of the pearl of mountain and river. It's a pity that I didn't get any sage tools. Xia Ping looked around but did not see any sage tools. Perhaps because of the disaster of extermination, in order to deal with the attacking human sages, the sages of the illusion race had brought all the sage tools out. After all, at this time, one more sage tool meant one more combat power. They would not waste their sage tools in this place, so they had to make the best use of them. Chapter 2203. Are there no more treasures? 10 minutes later, Xia Ping sensed the entire treasury and found that all the treasures in this place had been plundered by him. There was not a single treasure left. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly sensed something. The golden crow's eye of hell seemed to have sensed something. Wait, there's another mysterious space here. He instinctively sensed that the space in front of him was distorted and filled with dense spatial energy. It was as if time and space had folded together. What is this place? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and walked towards the depths of the treasury. He suddenly found that there was an independent space in front of him, which was also the core of the treasury. There were even densely packed restrictive formations set up in this space. One after another, restrictive chains sealed this space. It was airtight, as if they were facing a great enemy. One must know that this treasury was guarded by primordial saints, but this mysterious space was still so tightly guarded. One could imagine how important this place was. Even the primordial saints attached great importance to this place. Golden Crow's Eye of Hell. Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hesitate. He activated his eyes and immediately saw through the layers of restrictive formations in this dimensional space. He immediately saw what was in this space. Suddenly, what appeared before him was a boundless void. It was dark, cold, and eerie, as if it was a space of nothingness. Nothing existed, and it was filled with a deathly aura. And it was not that there was nothing in this dark void. There was a huge black coffin floating in the air. The surface of the black coffin was covered with densely packed and twisted blood-colored runes. It was as if a supreme scripture had been engraved in the depths of the coffin. Thick chains of order locked the entire coffin, making it impenetrable and extremely sturdy. It was as if these things were suppressing the most terrifying thing in this world, like Pandora's box. Once released, it would be earth-shattering and the end of the world. It was extremely terrifying. What is this thing? Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. His divine sense seeped into the coffin, trying to sense the specific situation of the black coffin. But before his divine sense could get close, a deep, terrifying, and cold aura spread out from the depths of the coffin. This aura was like an evil spirit, instantly swallowing his divine sense. What? Immediately, Xia Ping was shaken. He felt as if he had been entangled by an evil spirit from hell, and a piece of flesh was bitten off from his body. There was even a mysterious and deep power that tore through the air, corroding the void and penetrating the layers of space. Even the endless space-time could not obstruct it as it instantly entered the depths of his sea of consciousness. Curse, curse, curse. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sound came from the depths of Xia Ping's soul, vibrating back and forth. It was as if a terrifying creature from the depths of hell was offering sacrifices and cursing him. This power was darker than the 9 underworlds, more terrifying than hell, more vicious than the blood sea, and more profound than a black hole. It seemed to be the most fundamental power of darkness that could corrode everything. Rumble, wave after wave of curse power seeped into Xia Ping's limbs and bones. As if they had a life of their own, they turned into black worms that burrowed into every cell in his body. Powerful resentment, and dark energy covered his entire body. Vaguely, his body released a foul stench, as if it was the celestial 5 declines. Even his undying body couldn't resist this, countless cells quickly aging and dying like this, having endless life force devoured. Courting death. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He could feel how terrifying this curse power was. This was no longer as simple as a divine ability. It was something close to the laws of the universe. Ordinary undying saints couldn't resist it at all. Once they came into contact with it, they would die without a doubt. Even their souls would be cursed and completely deteriorate. Unfortunately, he wasn't an ordinary undying saint. Infernal golden crow fire, burn. Thinking of this, Xia Ping activated the infernal golden crow bloodline in his body. The powerful bloodline power started to burn, and his entire body turned into a scorching fireball, like an eternal sun. An ancient, dark, mighty, chaotic, noble, and unfathomable aura surged out from his body, as if he was a terrifying fiend god born from chaos. This was a flame that came from the depths of hell, symbolizing death, life, the 6 paths, and reincarnation. There was nothing it couldn't burn, and it wouldn't extinguish even after billions of years. Everything would be destroyed. Walala, in the blink of an eye, the flame burned every corner of Xia Ping's body. The curse aura that was trying to corrode the cells in his body immediately sizzled. As if it had met its nemesis, the curse aura rapidly retreated like a receding tide. Vaguely, from the depths of the void, there seemed to be miserable howls of devils, begging for mercy, howling and howling. But no matter what, the curse aura was immediately burned to ashes, turning into wisps of black smoke that disappeared from the universe. Bang, bang, bang. After such stimulation and the pressure of life and death, Xia Ping could feel the infernal golden crow cells in his body awakening at a crazy rate. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, and in the end, 100 million infernal golden crow cells were awakened. He could feel the magic power and strength in his body rising by a notch. System, what is this thing? Xia Ping asked with a hint of shock in his eyes. After advancing to the sempiternal realm, there were fewer and fewer things that could threaten his life. He was practically undying now. But just now, he had only come into contact with it slightly. He hadn't even gotten close to it, but he had already been killed by a wisp of curse aura emanating from the black coffin. If not for the fact that he possessed the infernal golden crow bloodline, he would have long been cursed to death and fallen into the endless abyss. For such a terrifying thing to be suppressed in the deepest part of the illusion tribe's treasury and guarded by more than a dozen powerful sages, One could imagine how terrifying this thing was. Perhaps there was a primordial sage suppressing this place not because of the other treasures in the inner hall's treasury but because of this black coffin. He felt that this thing was definitely extraordinary. It was terrifying to the extreme and possessed the power to destroy the world. This is a Khanate treasure known as the cursed black coffin. The system replied, it contains the most evil and dark power in the universe. It has endless resentment and malice. It is an extremely evil item and can be said to be the source of all evil. Once this black coffin is opened, endless curse aura will surge out and corrode the universe, causing countless star regions to fall into a land of death. It will never dissipate and cannot be purified. It is even more terrifying than the invasion of the abyss. Chapter 2204. The Source of All Evil? Xia Ping's eyes were filled with awe. An image appeared in his mind. When the cursed black coffin opened, endless resentment and curses gushed out, turning an entire star region into boundless darkness. All the suns, moons, and stars decayed and turned into dark planets. All the land turned into demonic soil and poisonous swamps. All living creatures were cursed and turned into zombies and demons, like the Walking Dead. Even demons from hell and demons from the abyss could not withstand such power. This was the power of death, bringing death and darkness. This was the end of doomsday. Where did the sage of the illusion tribe find this thing? Xia Ping was amazed. He felt that the cursed black coffin was the real trump card of the illusion tribe. Once the power of the cursed black coffin was released, the power was unimaginable. Even a sage would die completely. There was no way to withstand it. Of course, the power of the cursed black coffin did not distinguish between friend and foe. Once it was used, even the illusion tribe would be in trouble. Therefore, the illusion tribe would not make a move. However, if they were faced with the threat of extinction, the illusion tribe would have no choice but to use it and perish together with the enemy. I did not expect the illusion tribe to have such a trump card. Fortunately, I found it. Suddenly, Xia Ping felt lucky. If the power of the cursed black coffin was released during the war, who knew how many human sages would be killed? Even if it did not kill all the human sages, it would still cause great casualties to the human race. It had to be said that although the illusion tribe was not as strong as the human race, their trump card was too terrifying. It could definitely cause great harm to any race. No, I have to take the cursed black coffin away. Otherwise, it might give the illusion tribe a chance to turn the tables. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. He immediately realized the importance of the cursed black coffin to the illusion tribe. If such a thing was used at a critical moment, it would be really incredible. If he took the cursed black coffin away, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of the illusion tribe's limbs. It was equivalent to the countries on Earth in his previous life not having nuclear bombs. They would no longer be a threat. However, it was not easy to take the cursed black coffin away. After all, if he got too close, the terrifying power of the curse would be transmitted and the enemy would be cursed to death. If he were to get too close, he might not be able to withstand it with his infernal golden crow bloodline. He saw that the black coffin was engraved with dense runes, and each rune contained a terrifying power. At a glance, he could tell that it was at least refined by an immemorial saint. Every single saint-grade talisman contained world-shaking power, containing the laws of time and space. They linked up with the origin of the universe and formed the laws of the world, fiercely suppressing the black coffin, not allowing any of its power to leak out. Xia Ping did not know how many talismans were sealed in the black coffin, but he guessed that it had taken countless years of effort from the illusion race's primordial sage. He had been guarding the inner hall of the treasure vault all this time to refine talismans to suppress the black coffin. Even so, the cursed black coffin constantly emitted a terrifying curse power. The saint-grade talismans engraved on the coffin were still corroded, turning into black talismans and cursed talismans. Moreover, with the passage of time, many small cracks appeared on these saint-grade talismans, and they were constantly strengthening. In time, the cursed black coffin would break through the seal sooner or later, and even the primordial sage would not be able to suppress it. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately asked, System, do you have any way to seal this cursed black coffin so that I can take it away? There are several ways, but according to the host's financial resources, the best way now is to exchange for a creation orb. It can transform into a world that can contain and isolate everything. The system replied, if the cursed black coffin is placed in the creation orb, it can isolate the curse aura emitted by the cursed black coffin and not let it leak out casually. Moreover, it is a one-time item and cannot be broken. If the host breaks the creation orb, he will need to exchange for a new one to continue the seal. Oh, there is such a way, but how much hatred does a creation orb need? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. It needs 100 hatred crystals. The system said, what? The corner of Xia Ping's mouth twitched. 100 hatred crystals? What a joke. He had worked so hard to offend who knew how many people, but it was difficult to earn 100 hatred crystals. Now, just a creation orb, and it was a one-time item, required 100 hatred crystals. This price was too exaggerated. Is there no other way? For example, something that can solve this problem permanently? Xia Ping asked, unwilling to give up. Yes, as long as the host can completely refine this cursed black coffin and comprehend the essence of the curse law, this problem can be solved permanently, and the power of the cursed black coffin will not leak out again. The system said, but the host's strength is too weak now, and there is no way to control such a congenital magic treasure. Once you try to refine it, only death awaits. Your soul will be eroded by the power of the curse and completely wither. Forget it. Exchange for a creation orb. Xia Ping said helplessly. He did not know how long it would take for his strength to grow to the point where he could refine the cursed black coffin. Although 100 hatred crystals were a lot, it was worth it to obtain this cursed black coffin. Yes, host, as you wish. The system replied. Boom! In the next second, a white sphere about the size of a fist appeared in front of Xia Ping. This is the creation orb? Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt a mental connection with this white light sphere. This white light sphere seemed to be a complete world, with complete world laws. It was extremely sturdy, and it could isolate all auras and power. However, there seemed to be nothing in this world. It was empty, like a huge cage. With this magic treasure, it would not be a problem to seal the cursed black coffin. Go! Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately broke the restrictive formation. Under the control of his mind, the creation orb of legend entered this empty space with a whoosh. There did not seem to be any traps or restrictive formations protecting this space. This was probably because the saints of the illusion tribe believed that no one could enter the treasure vault. Even if they did, they would die if they tried to get close to the cursed black coffin. They would be eroded by the power of the curse until they died. The cursed black coffin itself was the strongest defense. Unfortunately, they did not know that Xia Ping had a secret treasure like the creation orb that could seal the cursed black coffin. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the creation orb approached the cursed black coffin. Before the cursed black coffin could react, the light sphere swallowed it completely and integrated it into its inner world. Boom! Sensing this power, the cursed black coffin immediately exploded. A terrifying dark curse power exploded, trying to tear the creation orb apart. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break through the absolute barrier of the creation orb. Chapter 2205. Bang, bang, bang. The cursed black coffin, which was sealed in the creation orb, exploded with a terrifying black aura. It contained darkness, curses, evilness, resentment, and other powers. It transformed into a giant hand and slammed into the inner wall of the creation orb. Suddenly, thousands of terrifying hands slammed madly, making banging sounds. They tried to smash and erode the creation orb. The black hands were like ghostly hands, frightening people. If they really broke out, they would probably explode with terrifying power and kill countless creatures. Unfortunately, the power of the creation orb isolated everything. No matter how terrifying the cursed black coffin was, it couldn't break out and was trapped in the creation orb. The next second, Xia Ping immediately took back the creation orb and it landed in his hand. As expected, the natural treasure, cursed black coffin, was sealed. He was very satisfied. After sealing the cursed black coffin, it was equivalent to cutting off one of the arms of the illusion race. He had lost most of their trump cards and was no longer a threat. Furthermore, if he were to obtain this Khanate artifact and refine it completely, he would probably be able to obtain an endless amount of energy. With the terrifying power of the curse, he would be able to move unhindered throughout the universe without any worries. Even if he encountered a powerful enemy, it could be a trump card. Alright, there are no more treasures here. Let's run. After putting the creation orb into the space of the Pearl of Mountain River, Xia Ping wanted to leave the illusion realm. After all, a terrible war had happened here. He didn't know what would happen next. As the saying went, a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. There was no need for him to stay in this dangerous place. Wait, the space-time of this illusion realm has been sealed. I can't leave at all. Xia Ping realized that the space-time around the illusion realm had been sealed by a powerful treasure. The surroundings were suppressed by layers of worlds. There was no way to escape through space. Although he could use the space of the Pearl of Mountain River to leave, the Pearl of Mountain River had to stay in the illusion realm. This treasure could also be found by other sages and obtained by others. It was not worth it. Forget it. I'll stay in the illusion realm for now. I'll leave after the war is over. He touched his chin. With the ability of the formless mask, he could change. Even an invincible sage wouldn't be able to find him. Even if he stayed in the illusion realm, he wouldn't be found by others. Thinking of this, Xia Ping's figure flashed and he temporarily left the treasury. He went to a corner of the illusion world and hid. Right, let's see how the battle is going. After hiding, he wanted to know the situation of the battle between the illusion race and the human race. He immediately activated the infernal golden crow's eye and shot out two terrifying beams of golden light that penetrated the void, revealing an eternal pressure. The two supreme eyes seemed to have traversed countless dimensions and dimensions, descending outside the illusion realm. Rumble, instantly, Xia Ping saw the situation outside the illusory world. At this moment, the void outside the illusory world had already turned into a super battlefield with countless sages fighting it out. Among them, the immortal sages were merely soldiers. The true main force was the primordial sages and even the invincible sages. The other sages had no chance of interfering in such a high-level battle. Wave after wave of terrifying power swept out, as if they were condensed from the laws of the universe. They contained the terrifying power of space-time, and any one of them was enough to destroy him. A war of this level was not something that Xia Ping could intervene in. With his current cultivation, he would probably die the moment he entered the center of the battlefield. Huh! Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that there were a few extremely powerful auras outside the battlefield. It was as if they were the universe themselves, and all the laws revolved around them. They were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. They were all invincible sages. These were definitely terrifying figures at the level of the human race patriarchs. However, they did not make a move. Instead, they were watching from the side, as if they were guarding against the illusion race's desperate actions and unpredictable dangers. The only human invincible sage who made a move was his aura that pierced through the sky and shook the 9 heavens. He fought against the illusion race's 8 primordial sages and 1 invincible sage all by himself. Xia Ping also knew this person. It was his master, Dark North Sage. Master is here too. Xia Ping was very surprised. However, he also felt how powerful Dark North Sage was. He could fight against 8 primordial sages and 1 invincible sage all by himself. One could only imagine how powerful Dark North Sage was. Right now, the human race had the absolute upper hand. It was not just the human race sages who made a move. The sages of the other races were also beating the illusion race sages while they were down. Damn it, we can't let this go on. We can't let this damned Dark North Sage tangle with us. Otherwise, all the low-level sages of the illusion race will die. The one who spoke was the illusion race patriarch Oleg. He had reached the invincible sage level and was also the strongest expert of the illusion race. He was the true pillar of the race. His face was very ugly. He could see that Dark North Sage was not using his full strength. He was only fighting with them. His goal was to restrain the strongest of the illusion race. It could be said that Dark North Sage was enough to restrain them. As time passed, the sages of the illusion race would all be killed. After all, the human race had the absolute advantage. The illusion race was absolutely no match for them. Once those low-level sages were killed, he would really be the commander of the army. Not to mention, there were still a few old fogies of the human race watching from the side. The reason why they had not made a move was that they were guarding against the illusion race's desperate actions. They were probably going to use a killing move that would kill them all. The other reason was probably to train Dark North Sage. The thought of this made Oleg even angrier. He was the patriarch of the illusion race, an invincible sage who stood at the peak of the universe. But now he was being used as a trial target. It was outrageous. "Patriarch, what should we do?" the other 8 sages asked. "Fight him. Use all your strength and injure him in an instant. Then use the peerless sage treasure, the Mist Sea Pearl, to escape. We can't fight him head-on." The illusion race patriarch Oleg was very calm. He knew that sages of this level were very difficult to kill. Not to mention, there were a few old fogies of the human race watching from the side. How could he kill Dark North Sage? So the only way out for the illusion race was to escape. If they continued to fight, they would all die. "Yes, Patriarch." The 8 sages of the illusion race had a murderous look in their eyes. They could feel Oleg's determination to fight to the death. There was no other way. Chapter 2206. Oleg, that old bastard, seems to be risking his life. In the distance, the Xiaoyao ancestral master seemed to have sensed something and stared at Oleg and the other saints of the illusion race. Risking his life? I'm afraid that this old guy is acting. I don't know how many times he's acting. He looks like he's risking his life, but he's actually trying to escape. We must be careful of him. Vacant ancestral master sneered. He had been fooled by Oleg's realistic acting several times. Oleg was an invincible saint, but he fled faster than anyone else. He was so shameless that he didn't look like an invincible saint at all. Indeed, until now, the abyss demons haven't appeared. Did they give up on the illusion race? I feel that this is unusual. Did they give up on the illusion race? Or are they so confident in their strength that they aren't worried that the illusion race will be wiped out? A chess piece like the illusion race shouldn't be given up. Another ancestor-level saint narrowed his eyes. He felt that this was unusual. These old antiques were guarding on the side to prevent the illusion race's trump card and the abyss demons from invading and besieging them. Until now, nothing had happened. However, the more it was so, the more uneasy they felt. After all, dogs that bite don't bark, and they were afraid that the abyss demons had some tricks up their sleeves. Indeed, we must be careful. Oleg, that old bastard, hasn't shown any despair and is still full of confidence. I'm afraid that he really has a trump card that can help him get out of his current predicament. Sometimes, a dying beast is the scariest. The Xiaoyao ancestral master nodded. Humph. No matter what this little bastard of the illusion race wants to do, he won't be able to do anything with us here, Vacant ancestral master said faintly. Oleg is making a move. The Xiaoyao ancestral master said. Dark North little ghost, you've completely infuriated me. Your human clan will pay a heavy price for underestimating the illusion race. Oleg sneered and emitted endless murderous energy. It seemed like the laws of the entire universe revolved with him, forming a huge dark vortex. A horrifying abyss aura surged out of his body. You've indeed fallen into the abyss. The Dark North Saint narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power of the abyss surging out of Orisk's body. Dense black abyssal patterns appeared on the surface of Orisk's body, giving off an eerie, bizarre, and powerful aura. It could be said that Oleg was completely an abyssal creature. Sure enough, he fell into the abyss. With Oleg's aptitude, he shouldn't be able to step into the realm of invincible saints. He must have borrowed the power of the abyss to step into the realm of invincible saints. The Xiaoyao ancestral master and the others revealed horrifying murderous spirit in their eyes. This was the horror of the abyss. It could grant people endless power. Some saints who had been stuck at the bottleneck for many years couldn't resist the temptation of the abyss and finally fell. Obviously, Orisk was such a saint. In order to obtain more power, he accepted the recruitment of the abyss and became a powerful abyssal creature. How foolish! After reaching this realm, there's no difference between abyssal creatures and other creatures. The only difference is power. In order to obtain power, I've already given up on being a human. You guys won't understand this realm. That's why you've suffered a crushing defeat today. Understand? Oleg roared angrily and immediately charged towards Dark North Saint. Supreme technique, heaven-devouring, earth-devouring demonic energy. In an instant, a huge amount of dark demonic energy gushed out of his body and turned into thousands of horrifying demons. They were all condensed from the abyss demonic energy and were extremely dark. Waves of dark demonic energy swallowed the sky and the earth, covering a radius of tens of thousands of light years. It was as if this galaxy was completely shrouded and turned into an absolute dark galaxy. The abyss demonic energy even covered the sky and the sun. It covered the void, cut off time and space, and corroded all matter. Wherever it went, everything withered completely, and even time and space were reversed. Some saints were caught off guard and were corroded by the abyss demonic energy. They were instantly sucked dry, and all their spiritual energy and energy were devoured. Even their souls were destroyed. Retreat! Retreat immediately! The human saints were horrified. They didn't expect Oleg to be so horrifying when he was angry. His first move was earth-shattering and unstoppable. They quickly escaped from the area covered by the demonic energy to avoid being killed. You're courting death. Come out, 4 Seasons God-killing painting. Dark North Saint's eyes revealed a trace of cold light, and murderous intent surged out. He was completely enraged and used all his strength. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he waved out with his hand, causing 4 swords to fly out. They were green, red, yellow, and white. They represented the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter respectively. Shockingly, every single one of them was a supreme grade saint weapon. Boom! The 4 swords descended and split into the 4 corners, forming a supreme sword matrix that covered the entire space. It was as if this space had become a world of swords. At that moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. Wave after wave of terrifying sword chi blasted out. It was as if the endless laws of the universe had been condensed, and like a chaotic torrent, it destroyed everything. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, many of the illusory race's saints couldn't withstand it at all. They were pierced by the swords, and their bodies were completely torn apart. Terrifying sword chi exploded, destroying their souls and primordial spirits. There were even hundreds of millions of sword chi that seemed to be condensed from laws that tore through the void, easily killing the surrounding abyss demonic energy. Each sword could destroy a portion of the power. How can it be so terrifying? Retreat, retreat immediately. The 8 illusory race's ancient saints were horrified and retreated. They felt that unparalleled torrent that could even cut through the barriers of the universe. Every sword light contained a shocking sword intent that could penetrate all matter. With a boom, they were caught off guard. One of their arms was cut off and thrown away. A large amount of black blood flowed out, and a large amount of abyss demonic energy flowed out. Clearly, the 8 great ancient saints had also been corrupted by the abyss. Damned Dark North brat, you've completely angered me. This is all because you humans forced me. I, Oleg, will definitely make you pay a heavy price. I won't rest until you die. I won't rest until you die. Seeing this situation, some of the illusory race's saints were crushed to death like insects. There were countless casualties. Oleg's eyes were wide open. He couldn't take it anymore and was extremely furious. Mirage Mist Pearl, distort the universe. Combine illusion and reality, unify the universe. In an instant, Oleg shouted angrily. He actually used the power of the Peerless Saint artifact, the Mirage Mist Pearl. A mysterious power immediately wrapped around his body, causing his body to turn invisible. He turned into a formless and colorless mist. With a whoosh, he escaped from that place with the 8 heavily injured ancient saints. Chapter 2207. Escaped? Where did they go? Dark North Saint narrowed his eyes. He found that even under the cover of the Four Seasons God-killing painting, he still couldn't find any trace of Oleg and the others, as if they had disappeared from this universe without a sound. If Oleg and the others escaped, they would bring irreparable damage to the human clan. After all, if such a saint went crazy and assassinated ordinary humans everywhere, they would be a huge threat. Don't worry. They can't escape. Under the suppression of the 10 Directions Tower of World, they can't escape no matter where they go. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master immediately sent a voice transmission, telling them not to worry. Under the suppression of the 10 Directions Tower of World, Oleg and the others couldn't escape. Because of this, they prepared in advance and wouldn't let the situation of the illusion race's people escaping happen again. But where did Oleg go? He knows that this place is suppressed and all the space-time is frozen. It's impossible for him to escape. Is he going to ask for reinforcements? The Emptiness Ancestral Master narrowed his eyes as he felt an unknown threat coming from the depths of the void. I'm not sure, but we'll know soon. I've communicated with the 10 Directions Tower of World and have been scanning all the time. In a short while, we'll find traces of that old ghost. He can't escape. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master was murderous. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Oleg and the other saints of the illusion race returned to the treasure vault of the illusion realm with the power of the Peerless Saint artifact Mirage Mist Pearl. Panting and sweating profusely, they were severely injured. It wasn't hard to imagine how fierce the battle was. If Oleg didn't help, they would have been killed by Dark North Saint. It could be said that they didn't have the power to fight against the human clan. Ancestral Master, are you really going to release that thing? Seeing Oleg return to the treasure vault, an ancient saint immediately understood his ancestral master's intention. The reason why he returned to this place was probably to release the cursed black coffin. The other sages had goosebumps all over their bodies and were trembling uncontrollably. The cursed black coffin was a terrifying secret treasure that the illusion tribe had obtained from the dark forbidden zone of the central universe. It was extremely frightening and strange, and the curse power it contained was something that even sages could not withstand. Back then, in order to seal and suppress this cursed black coffin, their illusion race had suffered heavy losses. Countless people had died, and even some saints had fallen because of it. This was a forbidden weapon. The reason the illusion clan had fallen into the abyss and been corrupted by the abyss was because of this cursed black coffin. Back then, he had been afflicted by the curse of the cursed black coffin, his life hanging by a thread. He was about to completely die, and all of his life force was about to be extinguished. In order to survive, Orasco had no choice but to accept the conditions of the abyss. He got rid of all the power of the curse in his body, allowing his power to increase by another level. This caused the entire illusion race to be corrupted by the abyss, turning them into abyssal creatures. Even so, they were still extremely afraid of this cursed black coffin. Usually, they would send several primordial saints to guard this place, afraid that the power of the cursed black coffin would explode again and cause the entire illusion race to die a violent death. That's right. If the cursed black coffin is really released, no one will be able to withstand the power of the curse. Even the abyss will be helpless against this power. This will cause irreversible damage. Not many of the illusion realm will be left, and they will be completely cursed. An primordial saint could not help but swallow his saliva. He was extremely afraid. There's no other way. It's all because those damned humans have gone too far. They've come out in full force to destroy our illusion race. No matter what, the illusion realm will not be able to withstand them. Orasco gritted his teeth and said, but it's not that easy for them to destroy the illusion race. This time, I'm going to release the cursed black coffin and make those bastards pay a heavy price. I want to see what expression those bastards of the human race will have when they see the cursed black coffin. Perhaps a few of the invincible saints of the human race will fall because of this. Then, there will be a good show to watch. His tone was sinister, and his hatred was monstrous. The other primordial saints could not help but nod. Indeed, this was the most dangerous time for the illusion race. In order to completely destroy the illusion race, the human race had set up layers of divine seals. There was no way they could escape. They would die either way, so they might as well fight to the death with the human race. That way, they might have a chance of survival. Once the cursed black coffin was released, no matter how strong the human race was, they would fall into an endless curse. This was the true source of all evil, and it contained a power that even the abyss feared. Let's go in. We'll take out the cursed black coffin and teach that human race a lesson. Orasco clenched his fists. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of saints nodded and immediately entered the inner hall of the illusion race's treasury. However, when they entered, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. Damn, what is this place? Did we go to the wrong place? Isn't this the inner hall of the illusion race's treasury? One of the saints was dumbfounded. According to his experience, the inner hall of the treasury should be filled with dazzling treasures. There should be a large number of longevity pills, all sorts of cosmic-level rare materials, and many stocks of sacred medicine that would make one drool. But now, the entire treasury was empty. There were no treasures at all. It was even cleaner than their faces. Immediately, they felt waves of panic. They felt as though their nest had been moved away. Damn, who did it? Which bastard did it? How could they be so crazy? Did they break in? One of the primordial saints cursed. He felt that the treasury might have been robbed this time. Otherwise, how could it be so clean? Even the door had been moved away. There was no waste at all. Could it be that the illusion race's elders knew that we might be defeated and moved the treasury in advance? It's to leave us with a chance of survival. One of the primordial saints guessed. He felt that they might be lucky and that it was their own people who did it. That way, the losses wouldn't be too great. Bullshit. If it was our own people, how could the treasury's door be moved away so cleanly? Not even a bit of trash was left behind. See that spirit medicine garden? All the soil has been dug clean. There's no waste at all. It's like a gluttonous entrance. Plus, without our orders, which elder could enter? A thief must have come in. Don't let me find him or he'll die for sure. I'll kill his whole family and execute his 9 generations. This heartless bastard is shameless. Another primordial saint clenched his teeth and was so angry that he spat out blood. These treasures were obtained by the illusion race's saints after countless years of swindling, burning, killing, and plundering. But now, it was gone in the blink of an eye. All of their wealth had been moved away. Who could endure such provocation? They really became penniless in an instant and went bankrupt overnight. Chapter 2208. Wait, where's the cursed black coffin? Did something happen to the cursed black coffin? One of the primordial saints suddenly said. So many treasures had been lost and taken by that thief. He was worried that something might happen to the cursed black coffin as well. But when he said this, another saint immediately laughed. Impossible. What is the cursed black coffin? It's a secret treasure that's as terrifying as the source of all evil. We paid a heavy price to seal it. If that thief dares to steal the cursed black coffin, he'll definitely die a horrible death. He was very confident in the safety of the cursed black coffin because it was not as simple as a treasure. At the same time, it was an extremely terrifying evil object. Once touched, even saints would die. All these years, they had paid a heavy price to seal this evil object. Even the primordial saints had to be careful when guarding it. They were afraid that the power of the cursed black coffin would explode. If that happened, they would die a horrible death. Let's go take a look. Oleg's expression was very gloomy as he spoke. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Whether the cursed black coffin was lost or not, he would know once he took a look. An primordial saint's figure flashed and immediately entered the deepest part of the treasure vault. His divine sense permeated it, and his expression changed. He could not help but scream, "Fuck, it's gone. The cursed black coffin is really gone. It's really been stolen by that bitch." "What?" Hearing this, the other sages immediately rushed out. They quickly looked over and saw that the space of nothingness was empty. There was nothing left. The evil and sinister power had disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. For a moment, all the saints' faces turned green. Without the power of the cursed black coffin, how could they kill the human race? How could they escape from such a situation where they would definitely die? This was basically cutting off their path of retreat. Oleg's face was as black as charcoal, but he could not say anything. He still remained silent. "Bastard." But a hot-tempered primordial saint's face turned completely green. He was so angry that he was half dead. His body trembled. "Which bitch is so wicked to steal the cursed black coffin? What does he want?" He wished for nothing more than to skin that little thief alive. That's not the problem. This is the cursed black coffin, and it contains a powerful curse power. Even we had to expend a lot of effort to seal it. How exactly did that thief steal it? Could it be that the little thief has mastered some kind of sealing method that we don't know about? We're finished. Without the cursed black coffin, what should we do? The saints of the illusory tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. They would never have thought that they would be in such a predicament. The disappearance of the cursed black coffin had basically taken away half of their lives. Damn it! The outer hall of the treasury. All the treasures in the outer hall of the treasury have been stolen. Even the hall masters guarding the outer hall are dead. A saint also sensed the situation in the outer hall of the treasury. He also realized that there was a huge problem with the outer hall. There were no treasures, and it was so clean that one could look at it like a mirror. There was no dust at all. He had never seen the treasury of the illusory tribe so clean in his life. That wicked dog, it seems like he has never seen a treasure in his life. He even plundered all the treasures in the outer hall. He didn't even let go of a single good thing. It's definitely Tao. Tao Tai has entered the village. One of the sages shouted. Wait, there seems to be a message on the wall. An ancient saint immediately noticed the series of messages Xia Ping had left on the wall. Many of the saints looked over and saw the content. I heard that the illusory tribe is rich, so rich that it can rival a country. Today, seeing the treasury, I am overwhelmed. I admit my inferiority and admit my inferiority. You really don't know how poor you are without seeing the illusory tribe. Because I am poor and live a hard life, I have to feed the elderly and children, and I have 3,000 wives and concubines to support. I have no choice but to come to the treasury of the illusory tribe to borrow treasures. Everyone of the illusory tribe, please do not worry. I am not someone who goes back on my word. I am borrowing treasures because I have no other choice. If I am better off in the future, I will definitely return the treasures and even visit to thank you. There is no need to worry. Wu Wudi's message. When they saw the content, they couldn't help but be furious. Even their lungs almost exploded. Their anger rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. He stole the treasures from our illusion clan's treasury and still dares to leave his name. How much does this bitch look down on our illusion clan? Does he really think that our illusion clan can't do anything to him? A red-robed saint was furious. His face was red, and his head was almost smoking. His whole body was trembling. No one knew how angry he was. He had never seen such an arrogant thief in his life. He had stolen all the treasures in their treasury and even left a message on the wall as if he was afraid others wouldn't know he was the one who did it. That thief was really too arrogant, the kind that had no limits. The illusory tribe had done countless bad things, but they had never been so arrogant and rampant. What do you mean you heard that the illusory tribe is rich and wanted to borrow treasures from us? You call that borrowing treasures? You're clearly stealing and robbing, yet you still want to borrow an egg? Shameless bastard. You still say you are poor? You have 3,000 wives and concubines. Wouldn't it solve your living problems if you had fewer women? You are obviously poor and extravagant, and you still say you can't make ends meet. You came to the treasury of the illusory tribe to borrow treasures when you have no money. What do you think the illusory tribe is? A bank? Even if it is a bank, it is not a place where you can withdraw money whenever you want. You said you would return the treasures when you are well off. That's bullshit. You go to play, gamble, and have 3,000 wives and concubines. How can you be well off? Even the richest man in the universe can't afford to spend money like that. I've told you not to show off your wealth. Look at all of you acting so cocky. In the end, you've attracted the attention of this fucking shameless thief. He's stolen all the treasures in our illusion clan's treasury. Now it's all over. Kill him. We must find the tracks of this little thief and tear him to pieces. I have never been so cowardly in my life. The group of saints was furious. The illusory tribe was the ancestor of swindling. Most of their wealth was obtained through illegal means. It was all stolen goods. But they had never thought that they would be robbed one day. They were targeted by a shameless thief who plundered all the treasures of the illusory tribe. Even the ultimate trump card of the illusory tribe, the cursed black coffin, was stolen. What was this? Was this called a crook? That bastard was basically riding on their heads, shitting and pissing on them, and he was even laughing at them. Chapter 2209. Wu-Woody? Who is this bastard Wu-Woody? Why does it sound so familiar? I've heard of him somewhere before. Do you guys feel the same way? For some reason, he felt that the name Wu-Woody was very familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hearing this, some of the saints were stunned. They indeed felt the same sense of familiarity, as though they had met before. Wu-Woody? I remember now. A black-robed illusion race saint suddenly shouted, "Isn't this bastard Wu-Woody, the human race's most wanted criminal who has caused a commotion recently? That son of a bitch has been committing crimes all over the universe, causing everyone to be angry. Now he's coming for us, the illusion race." He immediately recalled all sorts of information about Wu-Woody. This was because the illusion race was considered one of the most well-informed races. They had collected all kinds of information about what was happening in the universe. Not to mention that Wu-Woody had caused so much trouble that he was wanted by countless forces. He was currently a well-known wanted criminal in the universe. It was impossible for them not to know about him. Moreover, saints had photographic memories. Once they heard it once, they would not forget it. What? That Wu-Woody who has been causing trouble everywhere, causing the demon race, Luohan race, angel race, and other large forces to hunt him down. I heard that he's a lunatic and there's nothing he doesn't dare to do. He even killed an immortal saint of the demon race recently. He's not just a lunatic. That bastard is also a liar. When he was weak, he cheated countless people and committed heinous crimes. He's actually so shameless. He even cheated a child's money. He's really shameless. Fuck. I knew this bastard human wasn't a good person. Now he's actually targeting our illusion race. How can that bastard be so daring? He's fat to no end. Many saints gritted their teeth. They also recalled the information about Wu-Woody. But the more they thought about it, the more they hated him. They did not expect this human bastard to target the illusion race, treating them like fat sheep. Maybe the information about our illusion race's location was leaked by this bastard Wu-Woody. His goal is to kill us with a borrowed knife and take the opportunity to plunder our illusion race's treasury. A saint suddenly said, voicing his guess. Well, if that's the case, it's very possible. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The human race's sage had just arrived, and this shameless dog came to plunder the illusory race's treasury. It hasn't even been a few hours. That bastard must have been hiding in the illusory race for a long time, preparing to plunder our treasury. Some of the sages were enlightened and felt that everything was connected. Their illusion realm had been safe and sound in this place for such a long time. There was no reason for it to be discovered by the human race so quickly. This could only have happened if Wu-Woody had leaked this matter. It can't be. If that's the case, could it be that our illusion tribe suffered such a calamity because this bitch Wu-Woody wanted to rob our illusion tribe's treasury? There's a 90% chance that it was done by this bitch. Many of the illusory race's sages were so angry that their faces turned green. They felt that they already knew the truth of the matter. That bitch Wu Wuti had betrayed the illusion tribe's information and killed them with a borrowed knife. He had been hiding in the dark, taking the opportunity to plunder the illusion tribe's treasures. When they thought that the illusion tribe's calamity might have been caused by Wu Wuti, they were so angry that they were about to explode. They wanted nothing more than to skin Wu Wuti alive and tear his body into pieces. No one had ever dared to fool the illusion tribe like this. Wu Wuti, I will never forgive you. Don't let me find you or you'll die. You'll die even if you run to the ends of the earth. At this time, Oleg could no longer hold it in. He roared with uncontrollable anger. With a bang, the ground he was standing on was immediately shaken into a terrifying pit. Terrifying cracks appeared everywhere, and the entire inner hall of the treasury was almost overturned. The surrounding space was shattered like glass. No one hated Wu Wuti more than he did. If not for this bitch, how could the illusion tribe have encountered such a calamity? How could they have suffered such a tragedy? All of this was Wu Wuti's fault. Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura descended from the depths of the void. It was the Xiaoyao Ancestral Master, Empyrean Ancestral Master, Dark North Saint, and other invincible human sages. They spent a certain amount of time to capture the aura of Oleg and the others. Then they crossed the void and arrived. The terrifying power of laws filled the surroundings, suppressing the void. Oleg, you actually came back to the illusion tribe's treasury. Do you have any trump cards that you haven't used yet? The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master narrowed his eyes as if he wanted to see through Oleg's secrets. Is this really the illusion tribe's treasury? Why is there not a single treasure? Did you take everything? Did you move so quickly? The Empyrean Ancestral Master looked around but did not find a single treasure. When the sages of the illusion tribe heard this, their faces darkened. Shut up. Stop putting on an act here. Oleg shouted angrily. Did the human race send Wu Wuti to sneak into our illusory realm and take advantage of our battle to plunder all the treasures of the illusory race? You humans are really despicable and shameless. How could you do such a shameless and immoral thing? What the hell? What did this have to do with Wu Wuti? The group of human sages was a little confused. They didn't know what Oleg was talking about, but they were very shrewd and naturally wouldn't show their thoughts. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master pretended to be well-informed and said, "That's right. All of this is arranged by us humans. We've figured out all of your secrets. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Don't struggle before your death." He indicated that he had arranged everything himself. Bastard, it's really you humans who did this. You stole the illusion tribe's biggest trump card, the cursed black coffin, so I can't kill you all. Hearing this, Oleg believed it without a doubt. With a gloomy expression, he said, "But do you think this is all the trump card and power of our illusion tribe? Don't joke around. You humans are 10 billion years too early to destroy our illusion tribe." He took out the Peerless Saint artifact, the Mirage Mist Pearl, and injected horrifying source energy into it. Fata Morgana, boundless universe, myriad transformations, chaotic fog, explode for me. Oleg yelled angrily, and a horrifying force burst out from the depths of the Mirage Mist Pearl. Damn it. He wants to explode the Peerless Saint artifact, the Mirage Mist Pearl. Retreat immediately. The Empyrean Ancestral Master's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. The sages also sensed the horrifying energy in the depths of the Mirage Mist Pearl as if a world was exploding. Chapter 2210. One had to know that a Peerless Saint artifact was equivalent to a complete superworld. It contained the perfect laws of the world and absorbed an endless amount of the universe's origin energy. If such a Peerless Saint artifact were to explode, it would be equivalent to a super explosion of a superworld. The resulting power would be earth-shattering and would be enough to sweep through thousands of star regions. Even an invincible saint would be blown to death by the explosion of a Peerless Saint artifact if they were not careful. The human saints did not expect Oleg to be so crazy. He was like a cornered dog jumping over a wall and wanted to detonate the Peerless Saint artifact, the mist pearl. After all, a peerless saint artifact was extremely precious. It was enough to suppress the destiny of a race for billions of years. The reason why the illusion race had been able to survive for billions of years was because of the mist pearl. Moreover, such an explosion would not only kill the human saints, but it would also kill the saints of the illusion race. Even the ordinary people of the illusion race would die a violent death. It was just like how a nuclear power would not detonate a nuclear bomb in its own country no matter how crazy it was. Now, Oleg wanted to detonate the mist pearl. This could only be described as crazy. However, Ancestor Kong Kong did not panic at all. He waved his hand and an invisible space-time power enveloped the bodies of all the human saints. The stars moved and merged with the void. In just an instant, all the human saints escaped from where they were. They passed through countless levels of the original space and arrived outside the illusion. Rumble, in an instant, the peerless saint artifact, the mist pearl, immediately exploded. With the mist pearl as the center, a terrifying wave of energy and tide was produced, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With a few cracking sounds, the surrounding space immediately shattered like glass. The entire illusion completely exploded and all the ordinary people of the illusion race died in an instant. Waves of tyrannical energy instantly tore the surrounding space apart. The peerless saint artifact, the 10-directional world pagoda, which was originally sealed tightly, could not withstand such a destructive wave. Dense cracks appeared on the 10 worlds in an instant and they all exploded. One after another, the laws of the universe completely collapsed, and this space could no longer maintain its stability. Terrifying space-time cracks also appeared in the depths of the void. They seemed to connect to the depths of the universe. Vaguely, a terrifying cosmic storm blew out, turning this place into a dead zone. Some of the saints of the illusion race were unable to dodge in time and were instantly destroyed, turning into ashes. Crazy, Oleg has really gone crazy. Wouldn't he have destroyed the entire illusion realm by doing this? Almost all of the illusion race are dead? Some of the sages were dumbfounded. They had not expected Oleg to go to such an extent. He sensed that the entire illusory world had been destroyed by the storm just now. Everything had been destroyed, and it had almost turned into a dead zone. Space storms and spatial turbulence were everywhere. If Ancestor Kong Kong had not acted in time and moved all the saints away, who knew how many saints would have been killed or injured? One could imagine the destructive power of the supreme rank saint weapons explosion. Oleg has indeed gone mad, but he's not dead yet. Did he think that he could survive by running away at the last moment? What a fool's dream. Demon Sealing Tower, come out and suppress time and space. With a sneer, the Xiaoyao ancestral master took out a huge dark golden tower. Boom, in an instant, the dark golden pagoda immediately expanded and flew out. Dense dark golden runes appeared on the pagoda's body. Each rune contained a terrifying power of law, as if it represented a world. The power of this huge dark golden tower surpassed everything. Even the supreme rank saint weapon, 10 Directions Tower of the World, couldn't compare with it. It contained a sacred aura that transcended everything. It seemed that one terrifying saint after another was imprisoned in the tower. When this huge dark golden tower appeared, the time and space within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years was suppressed. At this moment, it seemed that even time had stopped. Everything in the world was still, and no one could move. All the human saints felt that even their thoughts were sealed, and they couldn't move at all. After becoming saints, it was the first time that they had felt so powerless and weak. It seemed that all the laws of the universe had lost their effectiveness, and only the supreme power of the Demon Sealing Tower was left in the world. Instantly, a shrill scream came from the depths of the void. More than a dozen figures fell out of the space-time gap. They were the saints of the illusion race, including Oleg. They had wanted to use the power of the explosion of the supreme rank saint weapon, the Mist Pearl, to break through the space-time seal of the 10 Directions Tower and escape. Although this would kill all the ordinary people of the illusion race, it didn't matter to them. After all, they were just ordinary people. If they died, they died. They were not as important as the saints. As long as the saints of the illusion race were still alive, the illusion race could recover quickly and not decline. But they didn't expect the human race to have a trump card, which immediately shattered their wishful thinking. As soon as the demon sealing tower appeared, it destroyed all space-time. All the laws of the universe revolved around the demon sealing tower, forming an absolute realm of the world. Their methods were useless. Damn it, damn it. This is the demon sealing tower of the human race, a terrifying treasure that far surpasses supreme rank saint weapons. Legend has it that countless ancient and evil saints are imprisoned in it. Now, in order to deal with the illusion race, you've even taken out the demon sealing tower. You're killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Oleg couldn't help but yell in horror, his face ashen. He didn't expect that the human race would take out the demon sealing tower, which completely cut off all their escape routes. Even a lion will try its best to catch a rabbit. Just enter the demon sealing tower obediently. What awaits you is life imprisonment. The Xiaoyao ancestral master's eyes were cold like a lofty god. It was hard to kill a saint at Oleg's level with ordinary methods. Since he was immortal, they might not be able to kill him even if they fought for 100 million years. However, they didn't need to kill Oleg. As long as they could imprison him in the demon sealing tower forever, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if he was immortal. In fact, the Yao Sealing Pagoda was created for this reason. It was used to imprison immortal monsters that were difficult to kill. Since ancient times, countless such monsters had been imprisoned in the depths of the demon sealing tower. Boom! Instantly, beams of dark golden light gushed out of the demon sealing tower one after another. Like countless laws of the universe condensed, they instantly enveloped Oleg and the dozen saints of the illusion race. At the same time, a horrifying suction force was created. With a swoosh, Oleg and the others were sucked into the deepest part of the demon sealing tower without any resistance. They were completely suppressed and could never rise again. Chapter 22:11. So this is the power of the Yao Sealing Pagoda. How terrifying! Many of the foreign sages had complicated expressions on their faces. This was the first time they had seen the Yao Sealing Pagoda, a divine artifact of the human race. It truly lived up to its reputation. Even the invincible sages had been easily suppressed without any resistance. If the human race used this magic treasure against them, they would not be able to escape either. Some of the demon sages' eyes flickered, because the name Yao Sealing Pagoda clearly targeted the demon race. It was probably named by the human race in order to deal with the demon race. In fact, during the war between the human race and the demon race, many demon sages had been suppressed in the Yao Sealing Pagoda by the human race. Even now, the demon race was still trying to find ways to release some of these demon sages. These demon sages were extremely important to the demon race and could not be missed. Unfortunately, the human race was still unwilling to release them. It's finally over. Seeing Oleg and the other sages of the illusion race being suppressed, many of the sages breathed a sigh of relief. Even the strongest of the illusion race had been suppressed. The remaining forces were not a threat at all. It's a pity that some escaped, a sage said regretfully. When the peerless sage artifact Mist Pearl had exploded, it had torn apart the defense of the 10-directional world pagoda. Some of the sharp-witted illusion race sages had taken the opportunity to escape. In order to avoid the power of the Mist Pearl's explosion, they had no time to chase after them. They could only let them escape. It doesn't matter. The power of the illusion race has been mostly wiped out anyway. Even if there are some small fries left, they are nothing to be afraid of. They won't be able to cause much trouble. A sage beside him waved his hand dismissively. In fact, even if all the people of the illusion race in the illusion realm were killed, the illusion race would not be extinct. This was because there were still some people left in various parts of the universe. They might be carrying out a mission or something, so they had escaped. Therefore, they had not planned to completely exterminate the illusion race from the beginning. As long as the main force of the illusion race was killed, the remaining ones would not matter too much. They were just small fries. They would not be able to cause any trouble at all. But what about the Wu Wudi that Oleg and the others were talking about? It seems that Wu Wuti stole the trump card of the illusion race, causing their plan to fail. That's why they did not cause great trouble for the human race this time. Old ancestor, from what you said just now, it seems to be closely related to this matter? Dark North Saint looked at the Xiaoyao ancestral master. Since the Xiaoyao ancestral master looked so confident just now, this matter seemed to be closely related to the Xiaoyao ancestral master and might have been arranged by him. The other sages also looked over. This has nothing to do with me. I was just bluffing him just now. After all, seeing that he was so happy, I went with the flow. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost money. Xiaoyao ancestral master said casually. The sages were speechless, not expecting the Xiaoyao ancestral master to be so cunning. But what kind of trump card has the illusion race prepared? A saint asked. An existence that could be regarded as a trump card by an invincible saint could be imagined how terrifying it was. It must be a power that could pose a great threat to all saints. Otherwise, Oleg would not have placed so much importance on it. I interrogated the saints of the illusion race who were imprisoned in the Yaoxiling pagoda. They spoke. Empyrean ancestral master said, it's a horrifying secret treasure from the dark forbidden zone called the cursed black coffin. It contains horrifying curse power, which they call the source of all evil. Even the power of the abyss can't expel it. Once the cursed black coffin is opened, it will immediately release horrifying curse power, turning the starry sky within a radius of billions of light years into a dead zone. All vitality will be wiped out, and no one will be able to escape. In order to seal the cursed black coffin, the saints of the illusion race paid a heavy price. They planned to open the cursed black coffin at the critical moment and kill all of us. Unfortunately, this secret treasure was taken away. What? The sages were horrified. It was a horrifying secret treasure from the dark forbidden zone. No wonder Oleg was so confident. If Oleg had succeeded, they would have suffered countless casualties. Fortunately, the secret treasure was taken away. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But this secret treasure is in the hands of Wu Wuti. Will it cause any harm? Some of the sages were terrified. They felt that such a horrifying secret treasure had fallen into the hands of an unknown person. Any sage would be terrified and worried about when that kid would use it. There's nothing we can do even if it's in his hands. I think that what happened today was most likely Wu Wuti's doing. He was also the one who leaked the news. This kid is really bold. He even dared to use the power of our human race's sages to kill others. Empyrean ancestral master gritted his teeth. At this time, he had already understood some things. It was probably Wu Wuti who leaked the news of the illusion race's location to the human race's darknet. This kid's goal was also very simple. He probably wanted the illusion race and the human race to fight to the death. Then, he would take the opportunity to enter the treasury and steal the treasures. He did not expect that he would actually succeed. No one noticed the actions of this insignificant person. Even the illusion race's trump card had been stolen by that kid. As a result, Oleg was so angry that he almost went crazy. He had completely ruined the illusion race's plan. Although this action had unintentionally ruined the illusion race's final plan, there was no doubt that the kid had indeed gained the most this time. All the illusion race's treasures had been stolen by this guy. They had mobilized so many people, but they did not get any treasures. Everything had gone to someone else. Good kid. You actually dared to trick the two races. Do you know who Wu Wuti is? Someone said that he's a human. Is this true? Xiaoyao ancestral master narrowed his eyes. If the other party was a human, then it would be fine. However, if the other party was not a human but another race, then the problem would be huge. They had no idea what the other party's goal was. I'm not sure. This Wu Wuti is very mysterious. There seems to be a mysterious force protecting him. It's unpredictable. I'm guessing that this name might be fake. It's just a code name. A human ancestral master tried to calculate Wu Wuti's whereabouts. However, Wu Wuti was always shrouded in a layer of mist. It was impossible to calculate or find any clues. Don't worry. A person like him will show himself sooner or later. His identity won't be hidden for too long. Today's matter is over. Let's go back. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master said faintly. The sages couldn't help but nod. This time, Wu Wudi's name was completely remembered by countless sages. This kid stirred up endless storms and even had a horrifying secret treasure. This was a time bomb. No one knew when it would explode. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sages' figures flashed and immediately left this starry sky. Chapter 22:12. At this time, hundreds of millions of light-years away, on a planet in a remote star field. On a plane on the planet, many members of the illusion race who had teleported from the illusion realm appeared. Among them were Minerva, Sophia, and the other 3 saints from the ancient times. When the sea serpent pearl exploded and tore through the defense of the 10-directional world tower, they had used the emergency teleportation formation that the illusion race had left in the illusion realm and teleported to the refuge of the illusion race. Emergency teleportation formations like this one were scattered throughout the illusion realm. The purpose was to prevent the illusion race from being annihilated by the enemy one day, so that the other members of the illusion race would have a chance to escape. However, because the 10-directional world tower had sealed time and space, they could not use this teleportation formation. After the sea serpent pearl tore through the 10-directional world tower's seal, they immediately activated the teleportation formation and rescued a large number of the illusion race. However, there were too few people who could react. The number of members of the illusion race who could reach the refuge was too few. Compared to the number of the illusion race, it was just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, it was only a small group that escaped. If most of them had escaped, it would have alerted the human saints and left behind many traces. By then, they would not have been able to escape. Because of their small number and insignificant numbers, like flies, they were not enough to attract the attention of the human saints. We've finally escaped. A near-ancient saint from the illusion race in black exclaimed. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his body was severely injured from the battle just now. There were too many saints from the human race who had invaded the illusion race. Each of them was very powerful. Even though they had reached the level of a near-ancient saint, they were just slightly stronger ants. Even the ancient saints had fallen, let alone them. Fortunately, they were smart and cautious. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately escaped. That was why they did not become cannon fodder and escaped from the human race's pursuit. At the same time, they also saved some important people from their respective families. Otherwise, the ordinary people of the illusion race would have all died in that earth-shattering explosion. Even so, they were severely injured and could not recover in a short period of time. Damn it! Which bastard leaked the news of our illusion race and brought such a disaster upon himself? A red-robed saint from the illusion race gritted his teeth in anger. This was an undeserved calamity. If not for the fact that someone had leaked the news of the illusion race, they would not have met with such a calamity. Now, the high-level combat power of the illusory race had basically disappeared. Most of the illusory race soldiers were dead. It could be said that the illusory race was no different from being wiped out. Only a few defeated soldiers were left. Let's give up. I reckon that the spy should be a human. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't have come out in full force. Also, you should know that even Lord Orasco couldn't find the bitch who leaked the information about the illusion race. How could we find out with our strength? Most importantly, was it a good thing to know? The other party is probably a high-ranking member of the human race, and his power is not to be underestimated. There is no way we can take revenge, a green-robed illusion race saint said helplessly. Hearing this, they all felt very helpless. It was true. Even the illusion race was not a match for the human clan at their peak. How could they, as a defeated army, do anything to the mysterious higher-ups of the human clan? Alright, let's not talk about these boring things now. At this moment, Minerva stood up. Right now, the entire illusion race is probably only left with us saints. Even if there are some left outside, there aren't many. For now, we must unite. First, we must decide on a leader. After all, a snake can't move without a head, and a man can't move without a head. We must find a leader to give orders and lead everyone forward. We can't fall here. Minerva, you're too much. We've just left alive, and you're already trying to fight for power. You even want to be the leader yourself. Are you crazy? Beside him, Sophia laughed coldly. She immediately saw through Minerva's thoughts. I don't deny my ambition to be the leader. However, other than me, who else has the strength and the qualifications to be the leader of the illusion race? Minerva said calmly. The other saints of the illusion race were stunned. They couldn't deny this fact. Whether it was in terms of strength or tactics, Minerva was currently the number one. Sophia. Minerva looked at Sophia. Times are different now. You can't continue being stubborn. You should think about the overall situation of the illusion race and dual cultivate with me. If I can obtain the pure Yin energy in your body, then there's a certain degree of hope for me to ascend to the middle-age saint realm. Moreover, if you and I dual cultivate, our cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Now, other than me, who else is worthy of you? You. A cold glint flashed in Sophia's eyes. She didn't expect Minerva to be so daring. It was already a matter of life and death for the illusion race, but he still dared to pressure her for the sake of the illusion race. He was simply unscrupulous. However, when she thought about the illusion race's current precarious situation, they definitely couldn't continue to fight against each other. Otherwise, the illusion race would completely disappear from this universe. The eyes of the other three saints flickered, but they didn't say anything. This was because Minerva, who hadn't suffered much damage, was the strongest saint among them. Right now, they could only make him breathe. Moreover, this wasn't a bad thing for the illusion race. At this moment, there was a grain of sand on the ground. It was Xia Ping. He had also followed Minerva and the others. He had attached himself to an ordinary member of the illusion race and came to this place of refuge for the illusion race. In fact, when the Mirage Mist Pearl exploded, he also wanted to take the opportunity to leave. However, at the same time, he also discovered the movements of his enemy, Minerva. He had an idea. He wanted to see what was going on, so he followed them. However, he didn't expect that Minerva, who had just escaped from the illusion realm and survived, would now want to force Sophia to submit. This kind of method was really cruel, cold, and merciless. Everything was just for benefits. In fact, Minerva didn't really like Sophia. He just wanted to use Sophia for his cultivation. The ultimate path was what Minerva was pursuing. Master, you must kill this Minerva. At this moment, the green bull gritted his teeth and said, This bastard used such a sinister method to kill you. You can't let him go just like that. Let him continue to grow stronger. Of course. We must find a way to kill him. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his pupils. However, there were a few saints around him now. He had to find a way to kill them all. Chapter 22:13. To be honest, with Xia Ping's current strength, it was not realistic for him to fight against 5 near-ancient sages. After all, near-ancient sages who had comprehended the law of space were extremely powerful and would not be easy to deal with. Not to mention that there were 5 of them in this place. If he was careless, he might fail miserably and be the unlucky one. Master, I think we can borrow the power of the cursed black coffin, Greenox said. Even a strand of curse aura released by the cursed black coffin is extremely terrifying. It is enough to make a sage fall into an endless purgatory. If Master can borrow the power of the cursed black coffin, even if it is just a small portion, it will be easy to kill these heavily injured near-ancient sages. The reason why it felt that it could deal with these illusory tribe sages was because Xia Ping had sealed the cursed black coffin. Sensing the power of this secret treasure, it naturally knew how terrifying the cursed black coffin was. You're right. We can borrow the power of the cursed black coffin to kill them. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. Although the cursed black coffin was sealed by the creation orb and could not be touched, he could still borrow the curse aura that leaked out from the cursed black coffin. The curse aura was extremely strange and terrifying. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the Golden Crow of Hell, which could restrain all dark and unclean powers. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the curse aura harming him. At the same time, he could also control the curse aura to attack his enemies. This damn cow is right. We can take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and inject the curse aura into these 5 near ancient sages, causing them to fall into the underworld. Their souls will collapse and their bodies will be severely injured. Then, it will be easy to kill these near ancient sages, Corinne said treacherously. It was rare for him to agree with Green Ox's suggestion. If he could kill these 5 near ancient sages, he would definitely gain great benefits. Even if he could not kill them, Xia Ping could easily escape and not worry about being hurt. He was already in an invincible position. There was no reason not to do it. Okay. Xia Ping circulated the spiritual power in his body. With a single thought, he controlled the world creation orb to reveal a small opening. With a loud boom, the cursed aura from the cursed black coffin surged out of the opening like a shark that had come into contact with fresh blood. Seal. He formed a seal with his hands, and the power of the golden crow of hell surged out of his body, condensing into hellish runes that instantly enveloped the cursed aura. Then, he closed the creation sphere again to prevent the curse from leaking out. Wrapped in the hell runes, the cursed aura remained unruly and unruly. Like black monsters, they collided with each other in a frenzy. However, they were ultimately sealed in the spatial cage formed by the hell runes. It could be said that the energy within the golden crow of hell was something that could destroy the power of curses. If the real golden crow of hell appeared here, it would definitely be able to refine the black coffin. Go! Xia Ping's eyes glinted coldly. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of infernal golden crow runes that were wrapped in the aura of the curse silently blended into the void and shot toward Minerva and the other sages. Minerva was still negotiating with Sophia. What do you think? Sophia, I can give you an hour to consider, but if you exceed an hour, you must give me an answer. I'm running out of patience now. Minerva's eyes glinted coldly. The reason why he had been so patient with Sophia and never used any violence was because he had the Illusion Tribe's Elder Council above him, as well as the ancient sages and invincible sages. However, things were different now. Most of the ancestors of the Illusion Tribe were dead, and there was no one above him who could suppress him. He was now the temporary leader of the Illusion Tribe. Hence, he was no longer as patient as before. If Sophia still did not agree, he could only force himself on her. The other 3 ancient sages watched from the sidelines and treated themselves as outsiders. You! Fury flashed in Sophia's eyes. She was about to say something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, tens of thousands of black light spots sank into the deepest parts of the bodies of the 5 ancient sages. Because the black light spots were too fast, too close, and too silent, they had just escaped danger and lost their vigilance. Therefore, they could not react at all. In the blink of an eye, the hell runes wrapped in the power of the curse nailed into the bodies of the 5 sages like nails, like maggots attached to the bones. Who is it? Who's playing tricks here? Come out now. One of the green-robed sages roared. He was shocked and angry. He did not expect something like this to happen. There were 5 ancient sages here, but they did not realize there was an enemy lying in ambush. He was so angry that he wanted to capture the enemy who suddenly attacked and tear him to pieces. Ah! At this moment, a black-robed sage could not help but scream because the power of the curse was starting to take effect. Damn it, what is this? Why does it contain such a strong aura of death, resentment, demonic aura, and such a terrifying power of the curse? What the hell is this? He was horrified to find that the black light spots that entered his body immediately exploded. Terrifying resentment, death, demonic aura, curse, and other strange powers surrounded every corner of his body. The power of the curse was like the scythe of hell, crazily cutting at the spatial laws in his body. It destroyed every cell in his body and even corroded his soul, causing him to fall into an endless abyss. For a moment, he roared at the top of his lungs. He used the mana in his body and his body bounced around like a ball. It was as if he had completely gone mad. The terrifying power of the curse exploded, causing him to completely lose his mind. It was as if countless evil spirits were devouring and tearing at his soul, dragging him into an endless abyss. The Cursed Black Coffin. This is the terrifying power of the curse from the Cursed Black Coffin. Bastard, shouldn't it be suppressed in the depths of the void by the ancestors? Why would such an ominous power appear in this place? Who is so despicable as to use such a sinister trick to plot against us? One of the green-robed sages was very familiar with this power because he had once approached the inner hall of the treasury and felt the strange and terrifying power of the Cursed Black Coffin at close range. It was an unforgettable experience for him. But now that this power had appeared on him, he was so scared that he almost lost his life. Once someone was entangled by this power of the curse, they would be stuck for life. It would be like maggots on the bones, and they would not rest until they were dead. Among the current sages, no one knew better than him how terrifying the Cursed Black Coffin was. Chapter 22:14. What? Hearing this, the expressions of Sophia, Minerva, and the other sages changed drastically. It was as if they had eaten a toad, and their faces were as black as charcoal. They could also feel how terrifying the power of the curse that had seeped into their bodies was. In just a breath's time, it seemed to have spread throughout their entire bodies. No. Save me, save me. Hurry up and save me. The black-robed saint, who was the most heavily injured, screamed. He felt as if he had fallen into an illusion, and countless terrifying ghosts were tearing at his soul. It was as if this was a power from hell. Even though he had an immortal body, it was useless against the power of the curse. His body, his soul, and his magic were all deteriorating and decaying. In an instant his entire body began to decay, and a terrifying black aura filled the air. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. Minerva and the other sages were scared to death, and their hair stood on end. They could clearly see that every corner of the black-robed saint's body was surging with a terrifying curse aura. The black aura condensed into demons that were madly devouring the flesh and blood of the black-robed saint. All of his life force was completely devoured by the power of the curse. In just a breath's time, the flesh and blood of the black-robed saint were all gone, and all that was left was a pile of bones. It was as if they had been dead for billions of years, and the aura of the Angel 5 decay spread from his body. Help, help, help me. The black-robed saint screamed, but the aura on his body was getting weaker and weaker. He was like an old man who was about to die, and all that was left of his body were bones. Everyone could see that he was in a terrible state. However, none of the sages dared to go near him. After devouring the black-robed saint's flesh and soul, the power of the curse seemed to have been nourished and strengthened, and the powerful aura kept rising. If they dared to go near him, they would immediately be corroded by the power of the curse and follow in the black-robed saint's footsteps. In the next second, the black-robed saint could no longer say anything, because the power had completely corroded his soul, and in the end, the aura of his soul completely dissipated. All that was left on the ground was a pile of black bones. The terrifying curse power lingered on them, and the curse power continued to spread, corroding the ground and forming the curse power. The surroundings were filled with an unpleasant stench. Quick, hurry up and expel the power of this curse. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. This is a forbidden power from the forbidden area of darkness. Even an invincible saint might not be able to withstand it. The green-robed saint shouted angrily. He was shocked and furious. Minerva and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies. They clearly saw the black-robed saint's miserable state. That was a near-ancient saint, a powerful being who had comprehended the law of space. However, in just a few breaths' time, he had turned into a pile of bones without any resistance. Burn your magic power, sky demon spontaneous combustion, explode. The green-robed saint roared angrily. He naturally wanted to self-destruct. With a boom, his entire body exploded violently. All his flesh and blood were completely pulverized. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was immediately smashed into a huge crater. All his flesh and blood shot out like blood rain, raining down on the ground. Immediately, the blood that was contaminated with the power of the curse corroded the ground, turning it black. Everywhere was filled with the power of darkness, and it turned into a demonic realm. With a whoosh, his soul also took the opportunity to escape, leaving his body. Whoosh, then he absorbed the power of the origin of the universe and was quickly reborn. His flesh and blood were reborn, and he once again returned to his original body. He breathed heavily, and sweat poured down like rain. Even this works. In the dark, Xiaoping saw this and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect there to be such a method. Facing the corrosion of the power of the curse, the green-robed saint made a prompt decision and immediately self-destructed. All the parts of his body that had been corroded by the power of the curse were completely destroyed, leaving only his soul. As a saint, as long as there was a soul, he could continuously be reborn and recover his body. This was actually like a lizard cutting off its tail to survive. One had to say that this was a very clever method. After all, once the power of the curse corroded their souls, they would never be able to escape. It was better to take advantage of the time when the power of the curse corroded their bodies to abandon this rotten body and cut off their limbs to survive. This also prevented them from following in the footsteps of the black-robed saint. Seeing this, Minerva, Sophia, and the other saints followed suit. They didn't dare to delay at all. They immediately shed their souls and self-destructed their bodies, completely isolating and destroying the power of the curse. How can I let you succeed? All of you die. A cold light flashed in Xiaoping's eyes. He couldn't just watch as the saints of the illusion race cut off their tails to survive. He would definitely hit them when they were down and take advantage of their weakness to kill them. Moreover, when the saints self-destructed their bodies, their vitality would be greatly damaged. This was their weakest moment, and also the best time to assassinate them. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Hell-suppressing Devil Spear, 4th form, destruction. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoping drew on his magical power, the blood of the golden crow of hell, his soul, and his true spirit, all of it fused together, causing him to emanate an aura of deathlessness. He took out the hell spear, condensed the power of hell, and silently stabbed towards the green-robed saint. Just like that, the hell spear stabbed forward. The spear didn't make any sound, and it melded into the void. There were no fluctuations of magical power or space, as though it were coming from another dimension. Xiaoping's entire body had completely merged with the void. As he walked in the dimensional space, he was like a shadow in the depths of the darkness. His speed was so fast that even light couldn't catch up with him. No one could describe how terrifying this spear was. It was the ultimate level of the deathless level, and filled with destructive fluctuations. A moment later, the dark golden spear pierced through the body of the green-robed saint. The green-robed saint was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and there was confusion, doubt, unwillingness, fear, and disbelief in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he did not know how his body had been pierced by a spear. He had just put his life on the line to escape from the curse power. Who could have guessed that there would be such a terrifying assassin lying in wait? In the blink of an eye, the hell spear emanated a destructive power that permeated the green-robed saint's body and soul. It was a power that could destroy anything and everything, like a god-devil. Boom. Even though the green-robed saint was a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the magical laws of space, he couldn't stand up to the attack. His entire body collapsed and he turned into dust. One spear strike, and the green-robed saint was dead. Chapter 22:15. Too strong. After stabbing the saint to death, Xiaoping was extremely emotional. He felt that his spear had instantly destroyed all of the saint's life force. With the hell spear in his hand, he was like a god of the underworld that walked out of hell, harvesting the souls of living beings at will. With one strike of the spear, everything was destroyed. It could be said that this was the first time he fought with his full strength after becoming an immortal saint. In order to instantly kill the near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space, he gave it his all and didn't give the other any chance to escape. In this attack, Xiaoping gathered his magic power, soul power, and bloodline power, allowing him to unleash his potential to the extreme. He could vaguely sense that he seemed to have grasped a bit of the Hell Spear's power. It seemed that after using this strike, he already had the qualifications to control the Hell Spear. From the depths of the dark gold spear, the surging power of Hell seemed to completely submit to him. This ancient power of Hell that was inherited from the Hell Spear allowed him to completely control it. It was extremely tame, and it didn't seem to be a little sluggish like before. Is this the feeling of the law of space? Xia Ping squinted his eyes. In that strike, he used almost all of his speed. His whole body melded into the void, and it seemed like endless power of space was pouring into his body. He spread out his consciousness, and it was as if he was one with space. He felt the law of space, and it gave him a little bit of understanding of the law of space. Whoosh, waves of strong mana surged out from the depths of his body, and his level was also increasing bit by bit. As expected, fighting with powerhouses could greatly increase the speed of evolution. Barty, it's you? How can you have this kind of power, and how can you plot against us? Sophia's pupils shrank. She had not yet recovered from the shock of a near-ancient saint being killed, and she immediately discovered that the killer who killed the near-ancient saint was a member of the Lawrence family, Barty. The problem was that Barty's power was at most in the transcendence realm. How could he kill a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space? For an ant like this, if the near-ancient saint stood still, Barty wouldn't be able to pierce through his skin. But now, a near-ancient saint was indeed dead. Even though he was in his weakest state, it was undeniable that the spear contained a terrifying wave of attack that made her heart palpitate. He's not Barty. He can't be Barty. The real Barty doesn't have this kind of strength. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in invading the illusion race? Minerva was filled with murderous intent. He immediately sensed the huge mana waves coming from Xia Ping's body. This was the aura of an immortal saint, extraordinary and holy. There was no way it could be Barty, who was only in the transcendence realm. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in hiding it anymore. I really am not Barty. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. I've already captured the real Barty, and I'm using Barty's identity to infiltrate the illusory tribe and gain some benefits. As for my identity and background, perhaps you have heard of my name before. I am Wu Wudi of the human clan. He openly admitted that he was not the real Barty. What? You are the human clan's Wu Wudi, the super wanted criminal? Minerva and the others shuddered. Of course, they had heard of the most famous wanted criminal in recent years. However, in their minds, this person was a human, and a young one at that. There was no way he could be related to the illusory tribe. Now, they had no idea when he had snuck into the illusion race. Damn it, how did you sneak into the illusion race? How did you pass the illusion race's test? Did your transformation technique pass the test of the peerless sacred tool, the Mist Mirage Pearl? One of the red-clothed saints was shocked. He could not understand. He did not know how this Wu Wudi had snuck into the illusion race, which was heavily guarded. This should be impossible. You don't need to know that. You're about to die anyway, so there's no point in knowing more. Xia Ping said calmly. He had no interest in exposing his secret to these people. They were all about to die anyway, so there was no need to explain anything. What a joke. Do you think you've got us? Although I don't know what method you used to use the curse power to greatly injure us, the strength of us near ancient saints is not something you can imagine. The red-clothed saint sneered. His face was ferocious. A puny immortal saint, and one who had just entered the immortal realm, dared to speak to a near-ancient saint with such a tone. Although they were injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They were definitely not someone a puny immortal saint could compare to. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Stupid human bastard, if you had stayed in the dark and ambushed us, you might have had a chance to live. But now you're so arrogant, and you even dared to attack us in public. You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll show you how powerful a near-ancient saint is. Die. Minerva waved his hand. Rumble, immediately, with his body as the center, terrifying spatial ripples spread out. Countless layers of space twisted crazily. Such ripples were enough to destroy a planet and a low-grade sacred tool. Peerless divine ability, thousand forms star palm. At this moment, Minerva stood on the ground like a demon god. He slammed his palm towards Xia Ping, creating a terrifying destructive ripple and distorting the space. A thousand forms star diagram appeared in the void, covering the starry sky and everything. Under his palm, layers of space were instantly shattered. Countless dimensional spaces were like mud in his hand, easily pinched together by him, madly compressing them and condensing them into an unparalleled power. In an instant, thousands of spaces shattered at the same time. Terrifying black holes appeared. From the depths of the black holes, densely packed stars seemed to appear. Endless starry power descended. These powers all gathered together and pressed down. It was as if the entire world was about to explode. Stars trembled, mountains and rivers shattered, heaven and earth shook, and yin and yang reversed. This was the true power of a near-ancient saint. One strike could shatter a world. Although Minerva was severely injured and had lost a lot of vitality, as a near-ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space, his palm strike was still unstoppable and could destroy everything in its path. However, it was natural for him to have such power, because once he comprehended the law of space, his body would crystallize and transform into space. Every cell could contain more than 1,000 times more magic power than before. Such a person was like a star, a sun, containing endless energy. One strike was equivalent to a star's full power. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. Chapter 22:16. This is a near-ancient saint who has comprehended the laws of space. This power is not to be underestimated, but it's not impossible to fight. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. As a near-ancient saint, Minerva's attack was absolutely earth-shattering. He displayed the invincible style of a near-ancient saint and tried to suppress Xia Ping with his strength, displaying the domineering nature of a near-ancient saint. Moreover, he stood where he was, but his body melded with space. Thousands of layers of folded space appeared around him, exuding an ancient aura. He was practically undefeatable. With this kind of power, he could easily smash an undying saint into meat paste with a single slap. It was no wonder that Minerva was so confident that he was far stronger than an undying saint. But Xia Ping was no ordinary undying saint. He had the bloodline of the Golden Crow of Hell and was extremely talented. The amount of mana he could contain was more than 1,000 times greater than a normal immortal sage. Not to mention, he also cultivated the pure yang immortal incantation and the Panwu true scripture, which opened up the 9 purple palace dimensions. The amount of mana he could contain was even more terrifying. It could be said that even though he had not reached the level of a near-ancient saint and had not comprehended the laws of space, his mana was no weaker than any near-ancient saint. His power even surpassed that of a near-ancient saint. He was like a legend that walked out of chaos. Kill! Thinking of this, Xia Ping did not hold back. He took a deep breath and immediately absorbed the natural energy within billions of kilometers into his stomach. At the same time, he activated his bloodline power. Bloodline God Art, Golden Crow Claw of Hell. In an instant, he took a step forward and struck out with his claw. The power of every cell in his body exploded, and like the Yellow River, he gathered all the power in his fist. More than 7 billion Golden Crow cells in his body vibrated at the same time. Terrifying Golden Crow flames spread out, as if countless hellish runes were condensing in the deepest part of his fist. Vaguely, there seemed to be the shadow of a Golden Crow of Hell appearing behind him. The scorching flames burned and even the surrounding space collapsed, creating waves of intense spatial ripples. Right now, the power of the infernal Golden Crow's flames was strong enough to affect space. It was like a sun had descended. Waves of heat rolled out, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was like a furnace that illuminated the ages and burned time and space. The power of this claw was simply earth-shattering. It reached out towards Minerva's palm. This claw immediately suppressed the spatial ripples from Minerva's 1,000 manifestations starlight palm. It was as if a single claw could destroy countless layers of space. This was like an archaic claw that slammed down, directly smashing this huge hand into pieces. All of the magical power disintegrated and completely dissipated, no longer existing. All of the divine abilities and talismans turned into powder. Minerva was caught off guard. He didn't expect this claw to be this powerful. The giant claw pierced through the void, and a terrifying shockwave slammed into his body. With just one strike, he was sent flying. He coughed up blood on the spot and flew for hundreds of millions of kilometers in the depths of the dimensional space. The space around him was constantly being destroyed. Impossible! Minerva looked at Xia Ping in shock. A look of disbelief appeared in the depths of his eyes. You're at most at the immortal realm. How can your magical power be so terrifying? You can actually surpass me, a near-ancient saint who has comprehended the spatial laws? This is impossible. How did you do it? He couldn't believe it. This was simply unheard of. As an immortal saint, he didn't comprehend the spatial laws. His body didn't crystallize, so there was actually a limit to the amount of magical power his body could absorb. However, it was different for a near-ancient saint. Every cell was like an independent spatial world. Their magical power was thousands of times greater than an immortal saint's. How could an immortal saint be a match for a near-ancient saint? They weren't even on the same level. But now, this kid clearly hadn't comprehended the spatial laws. Just his physical strength alone was enough to force him back. If news of this spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? If this kid comprehended the law of space, then how terrifying would he become? Minerva couldn't even imagine such a thing happening. Don't be afraid of him. So what if his magical power is strong? No matter how strange his body is, he can't fight against us near-ancient saints who have comprehended the spatial laws. I don't believe that even if I can't beat you right now, I can't exhaust you to death. The other red-clothed saint sneered. He flew out and attacked Xia Ping. Even after seeing Xia Ping's peerless divine ability, even though he was shocked, he was still brimming with confidence. After all, near-ancient sages who had comprehended the laws of space not only had their magic power increased by 1,000 times, but their magic power recovery speed was also 1,000 times faster than undying sages. With just a slight breath, they could immediately form a whirlpool and absorb the boundless energy in the depths of the dimension. They were basically eternal battle machines. Even if they fought for tens of thousands of years, their magical power wouldn't be exhausted. Mid-grade saint artifact, Crimson Dragon Scepter. Kill him. The red-clothed saint took out a mid-grade saint artifact, the Crimson Dragon Scepter. At the top of the scepter was a lifelike dragon's head. It emitted a horrifying draconic aura and caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. In reality, this mid-grade saint artifact was made from the corpse of a crimson dragon. It contained an unparalleled draconic aura and possessed the origin power of the crimson dragon. It was unparalleled in killing. Boom. He held the crimson dragon scepter in his hand and smashed it towards Xia Ping. He seemed to have communicated with the dragon dimension, and a huge amount of the dragon race's origin energy descended, condensing into a supreme crimson dragon, surrounded by terrifying flames. The crimson dragon let out a deafening roar. The surrounding space shook violently and became solid. It was like a ripple that destroyed the space. It seemed like this aura could rule the world and kill all living things. The terrifying draconic power exploded. It was extremely violent. Even a world could be easily destroyed. This was the dragon of destruction. Idiot! You want to exhaust me to death? You were able to cultivate to the near-ancient saint level and comprehend the spatial laws. I didn't expect you to be unable to see the difference between you and me. It won't take long to kill you. Even if you were at your peak, I would still be able to crush you, let alone now that you're extremely weak. With a swoosh, Xia Ping grabbed with his hand. With a thought, the golden slime immediately turned into a golden sword. There were 6 gems carved on it, shining brightly. He held the golden sword and stood on the ground. Immediately, he felt a boundless power of the earth coming from the depths of the earth. It was as if he had become one with the earth and was indestructible. Chapter 22:17. Although the golden slime had not completely devoured the 6 gems, it had absorbed a portion of their power, which increased the power of the sword by several levels. Xia Ping held the golden sword and felt like his power had increased by several times. Kill! His eyes flashed coldly. His aura was raised to its peak, and he slashed at the red-clothed saint. Immediately, a golden sword light tore through the sky. It contained the laws of vibration and produced a terrifying sharpness. It seemed like the sky and earth were being cut in half. The golden sword light seemed to be the only thing left in the entire space at that moment. Even space was easily sliced apart by the golden sword light, making cracking sounds. It was just a single strike, and the Crimson Dragon couldn't resist at all. Its massive body was sliced in half, and all the world's essence chi dissipated. Impossible! That was an attack that I used all of my strength. I even used the Crimson Dragon Scepter, a mid-tier sacred artifact. Even the near ancient saints would have to retreat. How could you shatter my attack with a single strike? Are you kidding me? The red-clothed saint could not believe his eyes. He could not accept this reality. He could not even do anything to a puny immortal saint. Even though he was heavily injured and could not use his full power, this should not have been the result. No matter how weak a lion was, it could easily kill a rabbit. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. You're already at the end of your rope. Don't think that you can be tyrannical and unbridled just because you've comprehended the law of space. In front of my golden sword, even space can be cut open. Xia Ping's body emitted a terrifying aura. He stood on the ground and his power seemed to be increasing endlessly. He was no weaker than any near ancient saint. Even though he had yet to comprehend the law of space, his own mana alone was enough to shake any near ancient saint, not to mention the fact that he had the support of the law of earth within the golden slime's body, which increased his combat effectiveness by several folds. I do not believe such a ridiculous thing exists in this world. A puny immortal saint dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I will kill you this time. I will make sure you die without a grave. Burn the source, Red Dragon's fury. The red-robed saint had gone crazy. He actually started to burn the universe's origin energy within his body. This was equivalent to burning his soul and burning the undying substance in his body. This would greatly consume his soul energy and heavily injure his body. He might not be able to recover even after billions of years, and he might even fall into an eternal slumber, unable to reach higher realms. However, in order to kill this human Wu Wudi, he had risked his life. If he didn't kill this human, they wouldn't be able to survive today. Boom! In an instant, he held the Crimson Dragon Scepter in his hand and his entire body burned with magical power. Terrifying energy poured into the deepest part of the scepter. A terrifying Crimson Dragon was born, burning with crimson flames and burning the void. Tens of thousands of spaces shattered under this aura like glass, cracking and cracking. Crimson Dragon's fury. Legend has it that the Scarlet Dragon was the most irascible dragon in the dragon race. Once an enemy angered the Scarlet Dragon, it would immediately give birth to a terrifying rage that could destroy even the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Furthermore, the angrier it was, the more terrifying the power of the Crimson Dragon would be. It was practically limitless. One could imagine how terrifying the red-robed saint's fury of the Red Dragon was. It was a desperate move. His lifespan, magical power, soul, flesh and blood were all completely burned. Whoosh! When the Crimson Dragon appeared, it wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Balls of crimson flames surged out from its body, like blood, forming a sea of flames that filled the sky. Even the space around it was burning, creating many large holes. Stubborn fool, die. All living creatures die under this earthquake. Their bodies return to the earth, and their souls return to the ultimate. Everything will turn into chaos and nothingness. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He held the golden sword in his hand and slashed again. Rumble, with his body as the center, a terrifying vibration was produced. Circles of vibration laws spread out, causing a terrifying earthquake. The void within a radius of billions of kilometers trembled, destroying everything. This was a spatial storm that caused the entire world to tremble. When this power swept out, All other powers turned into nothingness and completely collapsed. The raging scarlet dragon was easily defeated, and the flames on its body were completely extinguished. Impossible! The red-robed saint went completely crazy. I didn't even attack and this skill was destroyed. Are you even human? How can a mere undying saint have such power? He is even stronger than the near ancient saints. This is ridiculous. He could not accept this fact at all. Kill! Xia Ping didn't even bother talking to him. He slashed down once more, shaking the void. This sword's speed was unbelievably fast, surpassing the speed of light. It was as if under this sword, even time had slowed down. Everyone's consciousness entered a sluggish state. Animal, stop. Minerva and Sophia, the two near ancient saints, saw this scene and their expressions changed. They could feel that the red-robed saint was in great danger, so they quickly attacked. They grabbed out with their hands, causing the space to twist. Countless spatial energies gathered together, forming thousands of spatial barriers that tried to block this sword. Damn it! The red-robed saint was scared half to death. His hair stood on end. There was no time for him to be in a daze. He immediately used the power of the space law on his body, enveloping his entire body with hundreds of thousands of spatial barriers. He simply wrapped himself up like a mummy. This defensive power surpassed that of a normal mid-grade saint artifact. It's useless. This sword of mine contains the resonance law, vibration law, and earth law. It's invincible. Even the space law won't be able to block it. A cold glint flashed in Xia Ping's eyes as the golden sword light blasted over. Whoosh! As expected, the golden sword light easily sliced through the space. The thousands of spatial barriers were even weaker than tofu and couldn't block it at all. In the end, it directly bombarded the red-robed saint's body. No, no, no! The red-robed saint screamed. His pupils constricted and he was extremely terrified. He felt as if an underworld god had descended to take his life and bring him to the 9 underworlds. However, he couldn't struggle because the sword was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. With a dong sound, his entire body was cleaved into 2 halves, splitting from the middle. A large amount of blood mist was thrown out, and even his soul was easily cleaved into 2 halves, completely shattering. The red-robed saint was dead. Chapter 22:18. Whoosh! After killing the red-robed saint with 1 strike, Xia Ping grabbed the red-robed saint's middle-grade sacred artifact, the Crimson Dragon Scepter, which was considered a relatively precious Dharma treasure. There was also the red-robed saint's flesh, which contained supreme essence of flesh and blood. It was of great benefit to nourish the land. If it was used to water the spiritual herbs, there would probably be many more sacred herbs. After all, using the flesh and blood of a near-ancient saint to water the spiritual herbs was simply a supreme tonic. He could not imagine how extravagant this was. He could not let go of such a treasure. You beast, how dare you kill a near-ancient saint of my illusion race in front of me and steal his flesh and blood? I want you dead. I want you to die without a burial place. At this moment, seeing this scene, Minerva's eyes were wide open. He was trying his best to be completely enraged. There were not many experts in the illusion race, and every saint-level expert was a precious character. Now that Wu Wudi had killed one of them, how could this be? This was simply destroying the roots of the illusion race. High-grade sacred artifact, Kitsugarba. Minerva was completely enraged. He took out one of his natal Dharma treasures, which had reached the level of a high-grade sacred artifact. The reason why his strength was above that of many near-ancient saints was that he had a high-grade sacred artifact, Kitsugarba. Legend had it that this saber was a supreme sacred artifact passed down from the Buddhist sections. However, after the primordial war, it was lost in the depths of chaos. Finally, after countless twists and turns, it was actually obtained by Minerva. With this high-grade sacred artifact, Kitsugarba, his strength had practically doubled. Go to hell, beast. Boundless universe, hell reincarnation, salvation for all. Minerva roared. He held the high-grade sacred artifact, Kitsugarba, and slashed it at Xia Ping. In an instant, he erupted with all his strength. Hundreds of millions of saber chi erupted at once. Each saber chi mobilized the power of the law of space and contained terrifying spatial power. It was as if they were engraved with dense spatial runes. It could be said that over 100 million strands of saber chi had completely merged with the void. Without any sound or presence, they formed a silver river that covered the heavens and earth, blasting towards Xia Ping. There was nowhere to run or hide. Every single strand of blade chi could easily dismember an immortal saint. If 100 million strands of saber chi attacked at the same time, it would be like executing the enemy by 1,000 cuts. I didn't expect Minerva to be so powerful. Sophia, who was beside her, was shocked. Although she knew that Minerva had hidden her strength and that her battle prowess was greater than hers, she did not expect her to be this powerful. She even had a high-grade sacred weapon. Even though she was also a near-ancient saint and had comprehended the spatial laws, she at most had a mid-grade sacred artifact. She didn't even have a high-grade sacred artifact. This was just too precious. In fact, even some of the saints from the Middle Ages and the Ancient Era could only use high-grade sacred weapons at most. Such a powerful magic weapon was enough for them to use for a very long time. She wanted to intervene. After all, Minerva was now a saint of the illusion race, while Wu Wudi was a human. They needed to work together against a common enemy. It could be said that there was no chance for her to intervene now. Over 100 million strands of saber chi bombarded down, forming a saber river array that covered the heavens and earth and enveloped the entire universe. If she rashly entered, she would most likely be affected. She could only watch from the side, looking for a good opportunity to intervene. Xia Ping instinctively felt a sense of danger approaching. This high-grade sacred weapon, the universal divine saber, brought him great danger. If the saber hit him, it would definitely cause great damage to his soul. The power of this high-grade sacred weapon, the universal divine saber, was not to be underestimated. It could even harm an immortal body. It contained destructive waves. Just as he was about to dodge, a tyrannical power suddenly came from the depths of the golden sword. The power of the earth law enveloped his whole body, bestowing him with endless energy. Suddenly, he felt as if his whole body was possessed by Mother Earth. His feet stood on the ground and sprouted. It was as if with the golden sword in his hand, he was already in an invincible position. Immense power of the earth's origin was transmitted from his feet. As expected of the golden slime that has swallowed the Mother Earth stone. Its power may be far beyond my imagination. At this moment, with the blessing of Mother Earth's power, Xia Ping felt extremely at ease. His heart was as calm as the sea, without any ripples. He felt that he had completely underestimated the golden slime that had swallowed the Mother Earth stone. After all, the Mother Earth stone was a rare treasure of the universe. In addition to the few cosmic gems that it had swallowed previously, the golden slime's power had increased by more than a few times. It had also comprehended more laws of the universe. It could be said that its current power was no less than any high-grade sacred weapon. Boom! Xia Ping moved his mind and mobilized the power of the golden sword. Thousands of laws of the earth emerged and turned into a khaki-colored soil barrier. Layer upon layer, it covered Xia Ping's whole body. At the same time, endless vitality was extracted from the depths of the earth and instilled into this spherical khaki-colored soil barrier. There seemed to be a huge chaotic airflow inside. Dong, dong, dong. In the blink of an eye, over 100 million streams of sword chi attacked at the same time like raindrops. At the same time, they contained terrifying killing intent and spatial power, tearing everything apart. However, when these sword chi bombarded the khaki-colored soil barrier formed by the laws of the earth, it was like a sword slashing on a steel wall. It emitted a power that could isolate everything. Even the power of spatial laws could not penetrate this power of the earth. In an instant, over 100 million streams of sword chi collapsed at the same time. The spherical wall beside Xia Ping was already full of holes. There were sword and saber scars everywhere, but it could not be broken through. What kind of joke is this? Seeing this scene, Minerva also went crazy. I used the high-grade sacred weapon, the universal divine blade, circulated the laws of space, and gave it my all, but I still couldn't break through the defense of a mere immortal saint like you. He felt the same as the red-clothed saint from before. He could not believe that such a thing could happen. Be careful, this kid also has a powerful high-grade sacred weapon on him. Moreover, it's a defensive type. It's normal that you can't break through his defense for a while. Sophia, who was watching from the side, warned him in time. She had not expected this human kid to have so many trump cards. It was the type that seemed to be endless. Bullshit. I only obtained a high-grade sacred weapon after going through so much trouble. Where did you get your luck from? You actually have a high-grade sacred weapon as well, and it's a defensive type at that. Minerva was so jealous that his intestines turned green. His eyes were as red as a bull's, and he was panting. He felt very indignant. It was as if all the good things in the world had been obtained by this human kid. Why was the heavens so unfair? Chapter 22:19. This won't do. This human has a high-grade sacred artifact for defense, and we've suffered significant injuries. We can't kill him at all. Let's take this chance to escape. There's no need to continue fighting with him here. Sophia was extremely fearful of Xia Ping. She felt that he was a dangerous person. Even though she was a near-ancient saint, it seemed that she could not kill this terrifying human who had endless means. Moreover, they had yet to recover from their injuries. There was no need to stay here and fight to the death with this human. As time passed, who knew if this human would send more reinforcements? Shut up. Minerva's face revealed a ferocious expression. I must kill this brat. Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down. 3 near-ancient saints were killed by this fellow. This is a blood feud. So what if he has a high-grade sacred artifact for defense? Take out all the sacred artifacts you have. We'll explode them and unleash boundless power to kill this brat. He made up his mind to kill this human. This was because he had a strong feeling that if he did not kill Wu Wuti now, based on this human's rate of improvement, he would not even be fit to carry his shoes the next time they met. Now was the best time to kill this damned human. If he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one in the future. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 sacred artifacts flew out of his body. 2 of them were low-grade sacred artifacts, while the other was a mid-grade sacred artifact. They emitted a bright treasure light and fused with his vital chi. Clearly, these 3 sacred artifacts had been completely refined by him. They had reached the level of being one with his heart and soul. You've actually taken out 3 sacred artifacts. It looks like you're really staking it all on this. Since you're willing to do so, there's no reason for me not to as well. Sophia gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. No matter what, she had to get rid of this human today. Otherwise, there would definitely be a huge hidden danger waiting to ambush her. With a swoosh, she grabbed out with her hand, and 2 mid-grade sacred artifacts appeared on her body. They were life treasures that were connected to her mind and had been refined for billions of years. It could be said that these 2 sacred artifacts were like her limbs. They were extremely precious and contained boundless power. Although she was reluctant to do so, she had no choice but to pay the price to kill Wu Wuti. These saint artifacts also had their own artifact spirits, so they naturally sensed their own fate of self-detonation. As living beings, they naturally felt fear and unease, and could sense the aura of their own death. However, they were completely controlled by the 2 ancient saints and could not go against their orders. Like a loyal program, they could only go through fire and water and perish together with the enemy. A sorrowful and crazy aura emanated from the few divine artifacts, spreading across the void. Wu Wuti die. You won't be able to escape. Die under the power of the saint artifact's self-destruction. Explode, explode, explode. Minerva roared. He used spatial laws and the power of space. Immediately, with his body as the center, the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers turned into a space domain. All the space was sealed, and under this space domain, no method of traveling through space could be used. At this moment, It was as if the surrounding space had completely solidified, turning into an impenetrable fortress. No matter what methods they used, they would not be able to escape. Boom! In an instant he used spatial laws, and the 3 saint artifacts on him immediately blasted towards Xia Ping. Sophia did not hesitate either. The 2 mid-grade saint artifacts on her also flew over. When they arrived near Xia Ping, they were about to self-detonate. "Master, be careful." Immediately, Azure Ox and Corinne became extremely nervous and felt their hair stand on end. The might produced by the self-detonation of 5 sacred tools at the same time was simply boundless and terrifying. Even a near-ancient sage would be blown up, hovering between life and death, and even his soul would be destroyed. If he were to take this attack head-on, no matter how powerful Xia Ping was, he would be blown up into pieces. His immortal body would be useless in such an explosion. This was simply a blow that could destroy the world. Even atoms would be blown up into powder. You overestimate yourself. You want to self-destruct saint artifacts? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. Even if you self-destruct saint artifacts, you won't be able to hurt me at all. A cold glint flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He made a grabbing motion, and another artifact appeared on his body. It was a dark golden brush. It was a powerful artifact that came from the 9 hells. It represented the true essence of life and death, and it controlled the cycle of life and death, as well as the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was called the reincarnation brush. The moment the reincarnation brush appeared, the entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. The power of the reincarnation brush affected the space within a radius of billions of miles, forming an absolute domain. At this moment, Xia Ping, who had advanced to the sempiternal realm primary stage, realized that his control and usage of the reincarnation brush had reached an unprecedented level. He could exert power thousands of times greater than when he was in the lightning tribulation realm. Just by holding the reincarnation brush, he felt as if he had transformed into the god of hell, ruling over everything. Vaguely, the silhouette of a massive fiend god appeared in the depths of the void. There seemed to be the wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation spinning behind it. It emanated the aura of chaos, eternity, vicissitudes, 6 paths of hell, and so on, suppressing all space and time. Under such power, even the 5 saint artifacts were suppressed. It was impossible for them to self-destruct even if they wanted to. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. Minerva and Sophia widened their eyes in shock. They could only move their minds, but they were unable to exert their transcendence energy and divine sense. They were unable to move at all. Kill! Xia Ping was expressionless. He held the reincarnation brush in his hand and tapped it lightly. In an instant, streaks of dark golden light shot out one after another. Like a giant reincarnation net, it enveloped everything in its path. With a few bangs, the dark golden light swept across the void. In an instant, the mental connection between the 5 saint artifacts and Minerva and Sophia was severed, ending their connection with the saint artifacts. They could no longer self-destruct. No, no, no! Minerva was horrified. He could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood. Forcefully severing the mental connection between him and the 3 saint artifacts had severely injured his soul. It was as if he had castrated his underling. However, this was only the beginning. A streak of dark golden light shot out from the distant space and time. It contained boundless murderous intent and extreme sharpness. It traversed through thousands of layers of space and completely locked onto Minerva's soul. Damn it! Minerva's hair stood on end. He felt as if his soul was being targeted by the god of death. He hurriedly traversed through thousands of layers of space and tried to escape from this place. However, it was too late. Being targeted by the reincarnation brush, there was nowhere to hide. Even if he traversed to the ends of the universe, the reincarnation brush's power would still catch up to him. Boom! In the next second, a streak of dark golden light bombarded Minerva's body. An inexplicably powerful and unstoppable force descended upon him. In an instant, his soul was torn apart. Then his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Minerva, dead. Chapter 2220. Out of the 5 near ancient saints of the illusion race, 4 had died. Only Sophia was still alive. The entire land had turned into a deathly stillness. The aura of death was everywhere. Sophia stared in disbelief at the dead Minerva. She had fought against Minerva for countless years, and naturally knew how terrifying a Saint Minerva was. Moreover, he was a near ancient saint who had comprehended spatial laws. He was extremely powerful, but now he had been killed by an immortal saint. If this spread, the entire universe would be shaken. Her mind was in turmoil. Her sea of consciousness was blank. She had no other thoughts. "Tell me, do you want to live or die?" Xia Ping looked down from above. He held the reincarnation brush and looked at Sophia coldly. His body emitted boundless killing intent that completely enveloped Sophia. "You're not going to kill me?" At this moment, Sophia regained her consciousness. She looked at Xia Ping in shock, as she was a near ancient saint who had comprehended the law of space. Once she recovered from her injuries, she would definitely be a great threat to him. "As long as you let go of your soul and fuse with this soul seal, you can live. If you don't agree, you'll die," Xia Ping said calmly. He grabbed with his hand and instantly formed a soul seal. This was a supreme secret inherited from the blood soul saint. Once the soul seal was planted on an enemy, he could immediately enslave them. Their life and death would be decided by a single thought. He had never used the soul seal before because he could not find anyone worth enslaving. Sophia was a near ancient saint who had comprehended spatial laws. If he enslaved her, she would definitely be of great help to him. Of course, if she did not agree, he would just kill her. He would not lose anything anyway. He would also not discuss anything with her. No matter what, he could not let an enemy who had a grudge against him leave alive. Sophia's pupils shrank. Seeing the black soul seal, she could instinctively sense that it was extremely strange and mysterious. Once she let go of her soul, she would definitely be enslaved forever. In other words, she would not be able to control herself. She immediately wanted to refuse. After all, she was a near ancient saint who had comprehended spatial laws. She was an extremely noble being in the entire universe. Becoming someone else's slave was simply a joke. However, she could feel the murderous aura coming from Xia Ping's body. If she refused, this human Wu Wudi would not show any mercy. He would definitely kill her instantly. Normally, she would rather die than submit. She would never agree to such a thing. However, most of the illusion race had already been annihilated. If she were to die now, there would be very few people left in the illusion race. Perhaps they would disappear in the universe's history forever. For the sake of her race's survival, her heart softened. She had to endure the humiliation and survive. "All right, I promise you, but I have a condition. You can't kill my clansmen," Sophia said in a deep voice. "Your clansmen? Do you still have tribesmen?" Xia Ping looked around. He had just fought with a few near ancient sages and had almost destroyed the surface of the planet. The illusory race who were originally on this plane were basically all dead. These ordinary people could not withstand the shockwaves from the battle of the sages at all. Just a slight ripple would cause them to die from the shock. There were basically no living people left on this planet. Of course, during the battle just now, I had already placed a portion of the Lawrence family's clansmen into my spatial treasure. That's why they survived and did not die, Sophia said. Sophia said, indicating that there were still some members of the illusory race still alive in one of her spatial treasures. They were basically the elites of the Lawrence family and also her trusted subordinates. As for the other clansmen, she did not rescue them because it would have been too late. She could only rescue the Lawrence family members who were close to her first. "I can't agree to this condition." "What do you mean by you can't kill them? Do you think your clansmen have the immunity medallion? Your life isn't worth that much." Xia Ping sneered. "No, that's not what I meant. I just hope that you can give them a chance to live. They can become your subordinates and work for you. I believe you also know the ability of the illusion race. They will definitely provide you with great help." Sophia said seriously. "What you said is not unreasonable. The ability of the illusion race is indeed a little extraordinary. All right, you and your clansmen can become my subordinates. However, if you go against my rules and try to betray me, then don't blame me. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. If he could subdue the illusion race, it would indeed be a great help. Of course, if anyone betrays you, I will be the first to not forgive them. Sophia nodded. Since that's the case, release your soul's defenses and let this soul seal enter your soul. Xia Ping grabbed with his hand and immediately sent the black soul seal into the depths of Sophia's soul. Sophia felt that the black soul seal seemed to have a life of its own as it entered her soul. It seemed to have transformed into a venomous insect, emitting a sinister and strange aura. She instinctively wanted to resist this strange power. However, when she felt the murderous aura on Xia Ping's body, she chose to give up resisting and let the black soul seal enter the depths of her soul. Boom! In the next second, the soul seal instantly fused into the depths of Sophia's soul. Instantly, it released thousands of black lines that pierced into every corner of her soul like a neural network. Vaguely, Xia Ping immediately sensed that the soul seal had completely fused into Sophia's soul. He knew Sophia's current thoughts like the back of his hand. He could take Sophia's life with just a thought. At the same time, Sophia felt extremely strange. Previously, she had been extremely resistant and hated Xia Ping. However, when the black soul seal entered her soul, her impression of Xia Ping immediately rose to an unprecedented level. Even though she knew that Xia Ping had just enslaved her, she still did not feel any disgust. It was as if she felt that it was natural. The power of the soul seal was constantly affecting her emotions, subtly influencing her. This was the terrifying part of the soul seal. It could make people who were affected by the soul seal become loyal and devoted slaves. This was more than 10,000 times more terrifying than brainwashing. How do you feel now? Xia Ping asked. Master, I feel very good. I've never felt so good before. It seems that I've gotten rid of many troubles. My heart is calm, and even the speed at which I understand the laws of the universe has increased a lot, Sophia said. She had completely recognized Xia Ping as her master. Very good. Then you can enter the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers first. Xia Ping was very satisfied. This time, he had not only subdued a portion of the illusion race's people, but he had also subdued a near-ancient saint. This was a great help. This harvest was really too great. Chapter 22-21. At this time, the news that the illusion race had been wiped out by the Human Sage Coalition had spread to every corner of the universe. Every race in the universe knew about this. This was because the human race had mobilized so many people, and the illusion race had been a disaster in the universe for an unknown period of time. Now that they had been wiped out by the human race, many people were celebrating. That's great. That scourge of the illusion race has finally been wiped out. I've had enough of their suffering. Isn't that right? Those people from the illusion race are simply villains. They do all kinds of evil. Relying on their transformation ability, they do all kinds of evil, but no one can do anything to them. Yes, I was ruined by those villains from the illusion race. I lost my family and everything. I hate them to the core. This scourge of the universe has been wiped out. It's a great event. Without the existence of the illusion race, the crime rate in the universe will drop by 10%. God has eyes. That shameless race has finally been wiped out. I knew that bastard illusion race would cause trouble everywhere. One day they would be in trouble. Many people who had suffered at the hands of the illusion race celebrated with tears in their eyes. They had finally gotten their revenge. They had seen the illusion race suffer, and their entire race had been wiped out. Throughout the universe, countless people had suffered at the hands of the illusion race. Now that they had been wiped out by the human race, how could they not be happy? They were wild with joy. However, the human race is really too powerful. The illusion race is not a small race. They actually have an invincible saint supporting them, and they also have a peerless saint weapon to protect their race's luck. Their strength is tyrannical, and not many races can do anything to them. Some people sighed at the strength of the human race. That's to be expected. To wipe out the illusion race, the human race sent out all their elites. I heard that even the sacred item, the demon-subduing pagoda, was invited by the human race patriarch. In the end, the illusion patriarch, Oleg, and a dozen other illusion race sages were suppressed. They are now locked in the lowest level of the demon-subduing pagoda, suffering eternal torture. Someone knew some inside information. Suppressed? Why do they have to suppress demons? Can't the human race just kill these sages? What if one day they escape? At that time, wouldn't they be crushed into a monstrous disaster? Some people did not understand why the human clan would suppress this group of illusory race sages. They should be eliminating the root of the problem. Otherwise, if these criminals were to escape in the future, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the human clan. What a joke! Oleg is an invincible saint. His strength has already reached an unimaginable level. It is said that he has already broken through the concept of life and death. He is not that easy to kill. Indeed, the realm of the invincible saint is beyond the imagination of mortals. Some people call such people demigods, who are just one step away from becoming omnipotent and omniscient gods. But didn't invincible saints fall in history? For instance, the good fortune saint died in battle with the abyssal demons. There are still ways to kill invincible saints. There are ways, but I heard that the human clan does not do it because it is profitable. The Yao Sealing Pagoda has an unimaginable ability. The more criminals it imprisons, the stronger the Yao Sealing Pagoda becomes. It can even absorb the power of the criminals to strengthen the Yao Sealing Pagoda itself. I see. No wonder the human clan likes to capture some enemies alive and imprison them in the Yao Sealing Pagoda. If they can capture countless powerful criminals, won't the Yao Sealing Pagoda's power increase to an unimaginable level? I think the human clan does have such an idea. With such a divine artifact in hand, no race, including the peak races, would dare to casually declare war on the human clan. Everyone discussed. They were all afraid of the human clan's power. Even though countless human sages had fallen, with the existence of the Yao Sealing Pagoda, no race could shake the foundation of the human clan. But after saying so much, I heard an important piece of news. In fact, the human clan did not gain much advantage in this battle. Most of the benefits seem to have been reaped by Wu Wudi. Someone said mysteriously, "Damn Wu Wudi? Isn't he that super wanted criminal? What does this have to do with this guy? Does everything that happens in the universe have something to do with him? Is he always stirring up trouble everywhere? Where did this news come from? It must be fake. That kid is only a thunder retribution cultivator. How could he be involved in a battle between sages?" That's right. If that kid dares to appear again, the sages will destroy him in one go. He won't be able to escape. Everyone's mouths twitched. They thought that they would not hear about Wu Wudi for a long time. They did not expect this guy to suddenly jump out at this time. It was really nerve-wracking. However, they thought that this was definitely fake news. A mere thunder retribution cultivator wanting to get involved in a battle between sages would be a dead man's errand. You guys have underestimated Wu Wudi. That guy is very powerful. It is said that the reason why the illusion race was wiped out this time was because Wu Wudi provided information to the human clan. He let the human clan know all kinds of information about the illusion race. That was why the illusion race was caught off guard and almost all the saints of the illusion race were killed in one fell swoop. And it is said that Wu Wudi deliberately provided this information to the human clan. It was part of his plan. His goal was to make the human clan and the illusion race fight to the death and sink into the swamp of war. In the end, that kid took advantage of the fact that the saints of the illusion race were fighting the human clan saints and the rear was empty. He actually ran into the illusion race's treasure vault and looted all the treasures that the illusion race had accumulated over the years, leaving nothing behind. When the saint of the illusion race heard about this, he was so angry that he vomited blood and almost fainted. Someone revealed some information about this matter, indicating that the biggest beneficiary of this matter was Wu Wudi. It can't be. That's the illusion race's treasure vault. The people of the illusion race have cheated for countless years. How many treasures have they accumulated? Even the top races would be envious of them. Now that this kid has looted them all, is there any justice in this world? Isn't he rich enough to rival a country? Some people's eyes were green with envy and jealousy. The poor illusion race was actually killed by a despicable person like Wu Wuti. It's really sad and lamentable. That's right. It's better to offend a gentleman than a despicable person. Now that the illusion race has not only been wiped out, their treasures have been looted clean by Wu Wuti. It's really too pitiful. In other words, Wu Wuti is now a walking treasure vault. If we kill this kid, it's equivalent to obtaining the treasure vault of an entire race? Stop dreaming. Now even the saints want to find his whereabouts and kill him, but no one has any news of him. Fuck, this kid is really good at hiding. Until now, no one has been able to find any traces of him. Everyone gritted their teeth. However, in private, there were undercurrents surging. Countless forces were looking for traces of Wu Wuti. They were extremely interested in the many treasures that Wu Wuti had. If there was a chance, they would definitely kill him and take his treasures. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.